Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Welcome to the 15th meeting of Municipal Council for this session. I'm going to start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, Silver Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations, each with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. I'll also note that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And with that, I get to introduce our national anthem singer today. Jeremy Fox is a versatile singer, songwriter, guitarist, teacher, and operatic tenor whose passion for music has been a constant throughout his life. Determined to turn his love for music into a career, Jeremy graduated with an honors Bachelor of Music degree from Western University in 2020. Now a full-time musician and coach, he regularly performs both solo and with his band, captivating audiences with his powerful voice and dynamic sound. In addition to performing, Jeremy shares his experiences with aspiring artists, offering lessons in his home studio and online to students around the globe. Please rise and join me in welcoming Jeremy to sing the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes that part. I'll now turn to the start of the meeting, which is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Go ahead, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare a conflict on the 13th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee, namely 2.5, which is number 4 on the agenda, as it deals with childcare and the funding thereof, as my wife operates her own daycare.
Okay, thanks for that. We'll have the committee chair make a note. Any other disclosures? Okay, great. We're now going to turn to recognitions. I have one recognition to do, and then I need to go to the podium for the recognition of the 25 years of service. but I'll stand for this first one. And I'm really pleased to be joined in the gallery today by representatives from the Terry Fox Run. As you may know, and as I hope everyone knows, it's the 45th anniversary of the Terry Fox Run. I had the honor of joining the runners to say a few opening remarks this past weekend at the run, and I can tell you just the inspiring stories of those who have been helped and first off touched by cancer, but then running for family members who they've lost, or even people who have now, through the incredible amount of money that's raised, the research that's been done to make lives better, improve lives, extend lives, and save lives. You know, this is a cause that is incredibly close to almost every Londoner, if not every Londoner, indirectly or directly. Terry Fox was an incredible inspiration. He's one of the greatest Canadians, and for him to have inspired a movement that has lasted 45 years and continues today to be at the forefront of raising money for this important cause, I think is something that we can all be very proud of. And Terry Fox actually stopped on his run within the City of London, and we heard great stories. On the weekend, we also heard from those doing research in the field and those who have survived cancer and have been inspired by Terry to continue that. And it's so rare to see a movement that continues to evolve and grow after such a period of time. I want to thank the organizers. There's some people who have organized or run in this almost, I think there's one individual who's done every run, with maybe the exception of one who's with us. But this is, it's incredible, the level of support. So in honor of Terry and in honor of everybody who's participated in organizing this event in our city over that time period, we want to officially thank you, and thank you for taking the time to come in council today. We honor you and we support the work you're doing, and thank you for doing what you do. So thanks. And for the next recognition, I'm going to move to the podium. And I'll have the city manager join me at the front. Well, the next recognition, colleagues, and for those listening along, is a really exciting one because we get to honor the hardworking employees of the City of London and the affiliated agencies that we partner with. The 25-year service awards and recognitions represent a significant service to this community. These are individuals who have not only gone through their professional training, but then chose to make a career right here within our city facilities, working for Londoners each and every day. For the work of this council, yes, we get to sit up here, we make decisions, we get to set policy direction, a strategic plan, but it's the hardworking employees of this organization who brings that plan to fruition, who serves Londoners each and every day, who make sure the city runs smoothly, efficiently, and professionally, and with respect and honor. And I know that we'll be recognizing all of the employees. There's many of them, but there's about 30 of them who can join us today. What we'll be doing is we'll be bringing them up one at a time, and I'll be recognizing them, giving them a small certificate. I know there's some family members in the audience, so that'll be your chance. We'll pause for a sec to get a photo. But before we bring them out, I do want to say just a few short words to those who are in the gallery today. Many of the employees are joined by their family members or loved ones who've decided to come here today to celebrate with them, but there are many others who couldn't be here today because they've got busy lives, and even some employees who couldn't come. But I know for everything that I said about the incredible work they do, often they can't do that without the support of individuals in their families, helping them out, supporting them along the way, giving them advice. You know, having a long-serving career means there's all sorts of ups and downs, and you've been with these employees every step of the way through the good times and the bads, and of course celebrating their successes, and thank you for being here today. So I wanted to just take a moment to thank you for everything you do to support the hardworking employees at the City of London and because without you, I don't think they could do the work they do, and this is your celebration as well. So thanks for being here today, and we'll make sure you get lots of good photos. And I want to say too, for those watching at home, we had a lovely reception upstairs with a number of the employees and their families. Many members of council, if not almost all of them, joined us upstairs to talk. Many members of the senior staff were there as well, and it's such a great time just to get to talk to people about the work they've done, the stories of their career, and of course, it's not like everybody's retiring, so they're not done yet, but there's many more exciting things to happen ahead, and I don't know if City Manager, you want to add anything, or, okay, so we'll do some photos up here, and we'll start off. I know the Deputy Clerk is going to assist us in reading the names, and then the individuals will come out, and we'll keep going. And then what we'll do is we'll hold our applause until the end, when all the employees are done, rather than clap for each one, but we'll pause for a picture for everybody, okay? So we'll go ahead, Sarah.
From Enterprise Supports, Brian Massich.
See, that's Deputy City Manager Parody not listening to me to do applause at the end. He's just so excited about team members. We just got to break the rules already and celebrate everyone. You know what? We may as well do that because I don't think I'm going to be able to stop everyone. Go ahead, Sarah.
Kevin Pond.
I know, we're just going to do that everyone.
Todd Turner. Lisa Workman. Environment and Infrastructure, Shad Atkin. Chad Archibald. Paula Bustard.
That's
Mike Clements. Jeff Gooder. Andrew Henry. Sean McConnell. Brian McQueen. Akil Miniachi. Daria Nova. Finance supports Ian Collins. Kim LaCourse. Kathy Milne. Jennifer Solani. From Housing and Community Growth, Sam Hajar. Barry Heath. Tanya Nolte. From Neighborhood and Community-Wide Services, Lori Quattrocchi. Cheryl Smith. Todd Sullivan. From Social and Health Development, Cindy Foster. Tori Gibson. Joy Holile. Mary Reimel. From London Police Services, Gary Bazar. Sandasha Bo. Walter Lawbaker.
I just want to say Walter brought like the tiniest, cutest family member with him today, and Cheryl's the only one who tried to go back and to start the meeting, right? So, no, for everybody who joined us at the front today, thank you for your service. We really appreciate everything you do each and every day for Londoners as a community, making this community better, safer, amazing, fun place to be, and a great place to work, live, and play. Without you, the work we do can't happen, and so thank you for your continued service to the community. Thank you for your continued service to the city, and on behalf of all Londoners, we really appreciate everything you do. So please join me in a round of applause for thanking them. Great. I think most people will go back to work, except for the ones who have to stay in this room, but really appreciate it today, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thanks. Okay, next we're on to item 3, review of confidential matters to be considered in public. We have none, so we brings us to 4, council in closed session. There are 3 items to go into closed session for. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. Any debate or discussion on that? Councillor Pelosa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am, in all our excitement today, can we just find out what members are online versus in chambers, or if they're just missing before we vote?
Yeah, I'll have the clerk indicate what members are joining us online.
Through the chair, Councillor Frank, Councillor Stevenson are online.
And all the other members are in chambers. Okay, so no other debate or discussion. We'll open the vote to go into camera.
Councillor Lewis votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we'll be moving to committee room 5, folks. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we've concluded our closed session. We'll report out on any matters later on in the meeting. We're on to 5, confirmation and signing of the minutes from previous meetings. We have the meeting, the 14th meeting, which was held on August 26th. I'll look for a mover and a seconder of those minutes. Moved by Councillor Van Meerberg and seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting. I'm in favor.
I vote yes.
Noted. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Okay, communications and petitions. We have a number of items on both the, I believe they're all the regular agenda. I'll look for a motion to refer all of those items to the various points of the agenda. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion on any of those items? Okay, all right, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson.
I vote yes.
Noted. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Yeah, I'll just say, if anybody, I know there's a few people who are looking at me trying to vote there. If anybody has a problem with the vote and it kind of pops up, closes, I just refreshed and it fixed it for me, just the top corner refresh. So try that and see if it works. If not, we can get IT to support you. Okay, next we are on to item 7, which is motions to which notice is given. There's 2 of these. We'll deal with them separately. I'll just make a note for colleagues to put a motion on the floor. It requires leave first, the question of leave, to be allowed to put the motion on the floor. It's not debatable or amendable, so we can put leave on the floor. And then the motion as it was written in the notice of motion is the first thing that has to go on the floor. It can be amended later, but it has to be the motion that if leave is granted goes on the floor for consideration and debate and amendment and all the things that we can do. So I'll go to Councillor Stevenson at first for her request for leave.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to put that motion forward for the leave.
Yep, just give me 1 sec. I just want to double check if leave requires a seconder, which I... We're just going to go with yes. I'll look for a seconder for leave. Yep, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, non-debatable, and we move straight to the vote, right, Clerk? Yep, okay, so we'll do that now.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 12-3.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you have leave with the motion that you presented on the floor.
Thank you very much. Thanks to my colleagues. I'd like to put forward the motion that that is there. There are a couple of little amendments to make, but I'll put this motion forward to start.
Yeah, and we don't need to have you read that out because you put it on the agenda, so I'll just look for a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Lewis is willing to second to put it on the floor. So it's on the floor. You can go ahead and...
Sorry, point of order.
Yeah.
Sorry, just procedurally, the councilor's putting what was pre-circulated in the system on the floor, saying that they're going to have other amendments coming to it. Procedurally, I think they could just move any changes they want right off the bat, or just, I know it's an emergent motion. I don't know if it makes it different that we have to go through all the amendments that they might have in addition to what's on the floor, just procedurally.
So, Councillor, because it's a notice of motion, my hands are kind of tied by the procedure bylaw. What was circulated in the notice of motion and the purpose why the notice of motion has a lower threshold than An emergent motion has 2/3. This is just 50%. The reason why it is a lower threshold is because the public gets to see the motion as it's articulated, and so that motion needs to be put on the floor. The counselor has the floor, so she can debate this motion. She can also move an amendment at this time. She only gets to speak once to the motion, so I just remind the counselor that if you are going to change it, probably best to do it while you're speaking and have us. But we do have to go through the process of amending it because of the notice of motion procedures and the procedure bylaw. So appreciate the point of order. This is why we're proceeding as we are. Counselor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. And I will move the amendment shortly. So I just wanted to say thank you to the Deputy Mayor for supporting me in getting this motion to come forward. As colleagues know, there was an issue that came forward around some safety concerns in the housing programs that we're operating. And so this is an urgent issue, which is why I'm bringing it forward. It's basically the same thing that happened when LMCH came and said, please stop putting the high acuity people in our buildings, and the 122 baseline situation that we had where we had a lot of high acuity people. As it turns out, we're placing high acuity people through our housing stability program into private units and apartments throughout our city. So I had a situation where there were a lot of safety concerns around this building, and then I come to find out that the criminality and the drug use and the damages that were happening actually inside the apartment was incredibly dangerous and unsafe, and it was all supported through taxpayer funding. The rent, the finding of the apartment, the supports while the person was living there. And so,
Hold on, Counselor, I have a point of order to deal with.
I think to make the
You gotta
claim,
Counselor, you have to stand up. It's council. So please rise and let me know what your point of order is, but you're not debating a point. You're making a point of order.
my
which is
point of
what the
order, my point of order is to make the claim that the taxpayers funded the criminality, I think is just not warranted and really should be withdrawn.
So that's more a point of personal privilege than order. So it's not a point of order, Counselor. If you want to make a point of personal privilege, you can, but that's not a point of order.
I'd make it as an extended point of privilege. It's not to me personally in my own capacity, but I think it besmirks the reputation of the city and those working for the city, including the council. So I would do that. And it's specifically taxpayer-funded criminality.
So Counselor Stevenson, I tend to agree with the language. I think if I just ask if you could rephrase it, I think that would be sufficient to proceed if you're okay doing that.
yeah, I'm more than happy to do that. Thanks. Yeah, certainly not implying that, but saying that there are very serious issues here. So I do appreciate the Deputy Mayor working with me on bringing this motion forward. That being said, there is some issue with the current motion in terms of the time frame asking for October 20th. So we've got a couple of amendments to put forward to this motion, removing the request for it to come back by October 20th and just saying to a future Community and Protective Services Committee, and also adding a Part E, which will pause the placement of high acuity tenants within the program until the report comes back and council has an opportunity to review it and make some changes. So like I said, it's basically in line with what we did with LMCH and regarding 122 baseline, and just looking to address this in another area of programming within our city. So I'd like to move those two amendments.
Okay, is there a seconder for those amendments? Deputy Mayor Lewis is willing to second. So we're going to put those two amendments on the floor. The change to, yeah, they're both going to be in one vote. Yeah. So the two amendments, adjustments to the motion are the piece about the date and then the addition of the E. It's moved and seconded. I'm going to get it up on the screen before I ask you to comment on the amendment. And so now we're moving to just debate on the amendment. We can come back to debate on the main motion afterwards, but just give me 1 sec to get it up on the screen. Okay, that should be in there now so colleagues can see it. You can discuss the amendment now, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you. So the intention with the amendment is to give staff the time they need to do this work, knowing that there's other things going on, and at the same time, address the community safety issue of both the tenants that are being placed and the surrounding community and nearby tenants, and just pausing that until we get answers back. I did have a question for staff because in the amendment we said high acuity tenants or high acuity placements within Project Home. I have copies of the contracts for London Cares and Atlosa, both of which have a section in the contract saying housing stability program, where it says right in the contract, they're contracted to enroll high acuity people into the Housing First program from the priority list referrals, and to do so as quickly as possible. So I just want to be sure that when we say Project Home here, that this is going to apply to the housing stability program activity that's currently being funded through the city. I just want to make sure that the amendment is worded such that we achieve the desired outcome, which is that we're not placing high acuity people without the highly supportive housing supports.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. With these programs, the HIP is kind of broken out into two different solutions. There's services. It's the administration of the portable benefits, and it's supporting the agencies that are supporting the individual. So I read the amendment to be that Project Home would not match individuals to market units, but that if there was a vacancy in the program itself, we could still match the person to continue to get those supports before they're housed. So that's why that information is in those other contracts, because those agencies support the individual themselves, where Project Home supports the administration of the unit.
Councillor?
Yeah, can I just get clarification there? How would they be supporting people in housing stability if they're not housed?
Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, and through your worship, a lot of the work that our Housing First agencies do is around relationship building. It's about building trust with the individual they're trying to serve, as well to ensure that they become ready in order to be able to sign the lease, right? That they have a source of income, that they have their proper ID, and that they're ready to be able to sign the lease and live independently.
Councillor Stevenson?
Okay, thank you. Just another clarifying question then. So the amendment as it's worded, can I just get confirmation then that if this is passed by council, that we will not be placing high acuity people into apartments until we hear back from on this report, that this will stop the placement of high acuity people until we take a closer look at this?
Just 1 second, Councillor. Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I think we would look for council's clarity on that piece and determining what that direction to staff is. As council knows, we do support high acuity individuals through the placement of or into highly supportive housing through both Atlosa, Indwell projects, London Cares. So we would look for council clarification on if we are stopping the housing of all individuals who are scoring in an assessment of high acuity, regardless of the housing type.
Thank you. I just say in moving this amendment, my intention is not to do that. So high acuity people, we understand, go into highly supportive housing units. This amendment is to stop things other than that until we have a closer look at the program. So have we worded that appropriately?
Give me 1 second, Councillor. So I'm going to go back to our staff because I think what I heard was the counselor asked about the operationalization of the motion. What I heard from Mr. Dickens is some clarity is needed. I'm going to ask this question. I just want to ask Mr. Dickens, what is the clarity that's needed? What is the piece of the motion that is causing you to interpret it perhaps more broadly than the counselor intended with the wording of the motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. The clarity that was just provided by the counselor is helpful. We will interpret this as market rental units. Under the Project Home heading, that represents about 6 organizations that support individuals. In our broader housing stability program, we administer financial supports to over 700 units. Right now, there are about 187 that would be deemed high acuity. So we will treat this as anybody under that Project Home umbrella, those 6 organizations, and it will be pausing the placement of and pausing any supports to those individuals in any market units.
Okay, is that the clarity that you need, counselor? Because that sounds more narrow than the previous answer.
Yeah, as long as we're talking about no supports to new highly acuity placements and we're not cutting off supports to ones that are already there. Like, I think that's obvious, right?
Yes, there is a confirmation from our staff on that.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to quickly say then or reiterate again that the point of this amendment is to give staff more time to do the work and at the same time address the safety issue of the placement of high acuity people into the apartments. Like I said, same thing that LMCH had asked, same issue as 122 baseline. This is just the same thing being requested in another program. And that it really is a serious issue. Hopefully it's only affects a small number of units, and that's what's going to come back to us to find out what we need to do. But what I saw were 4 units with no smoke alarms, 3 of which the exterior door to the street didn't lock. There were women living in there. It was very concerning. So just pausing this will address the safety concerns that I have, and at the same time give staff the extra time that they might need to put this together for us. So I'm looking for support on that, and I will leave it there.
Okay, and colleagues, I'll look for speakers. We're on the amendment, so just the pieces in motion 3 here, and we can debate the wider motion after the amendment is dispensed with. Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to staff. Just looking at the timing of when this report back is looking to be received by committee. Just looking for the timelines of when the report, as noted in E, that we're going to pause things for this report to come back, of when is said report expected?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Your Worship, we would take a very cautious estimate here, given recent announcements this week of things that are going to take staff time to focus and prioritize on. Given the breadth of this program, you're probably looking at an early 2026 report back.
Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
So potentially Q2 2026, through you to staff? Knowing a lot of other things are going to be coming their way.
We'll get clarification. Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Most likely late Q1.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll have many concerns about the motion before us today, but specifically on the amendment, looking to see when that report would come back, knowing it still has to go through council. If council ends up sending said report back for any amendments, more information, that this could be quite some time. My concern lies that hearing very clearly that Londoners would like people with high acuity getting the supports that they need and not seeing them on the streets, that this could potentially delay that, and that we could actually even have units available for housing that are left vacant while we wait on committees and reports. I won't be able to support it. And looking to see if there's not really whatever the October 20th date is to be removed, that could be called separate for the clerks from Part E would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I actually just said that to the clerk. I was anticipating someone might want these separated, so we're just working on that. But we'll debate them together. We'll just do the vote separate. I have Councillor Ferreira and then Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thanks, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Pelosi's comments, you know, I get a lot of communication coming in all the time about the urgent need that we have on the street and the urgent need that we have to place people into housing. I really would think that the city would not be in support of something like this because this would equate to more people without the supports and more people on the street rather than getting into that housing. Without any alternative in the meantime, especially if we're going to get an update potentially by 2026 and a full pause for from now until Q1, which could be maybe 4 to 6 months, I would be very concerned on the extra pressure that we would see from that. We do have an issue here that we have a lot of people who are clearly falling into homelessness. The numbers seem to be increasing. We'll get that information soon for the city. But just knowing that, I'd be very hard pressed to support something like this because this will close more doors. So just, I know that the people of London would not be in support of something like that if they knew what the outcome of this motion would be. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment. I'm just speaking on the amendment right now. So I'll probably have some comments on the main motion, but I'll keep it there.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first, I will say thank you to Councillor Stevenson for removing the October 20th deadline. In speaking with staff, there was no way that they were going to meet that, and in particular now with recent strong mayor direction on some micro-housing potential, that's a highly important project for them to move on and focus on as well. Through you, though, I will ask our staff, and whether it was Mr. Dickens or Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry if one of you mentioned that it would stop the placement of high acuity, but I want to be clear, this would not stop placement of lower acuity individuals into vacancies if vacancies through this program became available. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through your worship, that is correct. We would still continue to look for the agency to match through the rent stability program and the rapid rehousing program.
Thank you. I think that's important because I respectfully disagree with my last two colleagues when they say Londoners wouldn't like the outcome of this. I think Londoners see a housing wait list of 6,000 plus people. I think they see folks who are lower acuity. I think we see folks, as Councillor Ferreira mentioned, recently falling into homelessness who are lower acuity. And if we can get them housed in a couple of these vacancies now and prevent them from becoming high acuity, I think that is also a win. We know from what's been happening over the last couple of years with the hubs, with the units that London Cares and Inwell have provided highly supportive spaces at, that high acuity folks really do better when they have the wraparound supports in the building. And I say this with respect to the agencies that are doing this work, and I know it is tough work, and I know you have limits, and I've heard from a couple of frontline workers when you knock on a door and a tenant refuses to let you in to do an inspection. There's nothing you can do about that. That's the reality of the job today, and I understand that. I understand in some cases those frontline workers have actually felt unsafe because a tenant has been in an escalated state when they visited, and that's not something that is really expected to be for them to be able to necessarily deal with on the spot. So my concern here is that we're making this about we're not going to house anybody. We're going to have the opportunity to house some lower acuity people. And those lower acuity people are often more able to sustain their housing. I'll save my other comments for the main motion. But I do encourage colleagues to keep that in mind when we're talking about Clause E. There are low, medium, and high acuity folks out there. Pausing the high acuity folks does not mean that the units will sit vacant.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Appreciate the chance to discuss this. I would say though, and this is a question to staff, and I think Mr. Cooper had said in terms of how many units, roughly it was 140 or something you'd said in terms of high acuity. I'm just wondering if you could maybe speak to, you know, the number of issues that have actually arisen. Obviously there's this one that is driving this conversation. Like I know of one other where someone has reached out to me, but I'd like to get a good understanding of like, is this actually, you know, something that is widely happening? Is this, you know, once in a blue moon? What are we actually looking at in terms of numbers? And I understand, obviously, staff haven't done a deep dive on this, but speaking more in terms of, you know, generally, what do we hear as feedback?
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through your worship, it was Mr. Dickens who had noted 187 individuals in the high acuity for 6 different programs. I think, you know, the agencies that support individuals are on a journey with the individual, right? They're not there to tell the individual what to do. It's walk alongside them in their journey. And I think life happens for a lot of these folks. They're coming out of a very difficult, complex situation, and they are being supported by the agencies in the moment as best as they can be. I don't have an exact number of how many of these we've had. It is a couple, exactly, right? That's probably less than a handful, and the last time I spoke to one of our agencies. So we're talking, you know, 180-ish units, less than a handful, and then a broader system of over 700 units that we administer benefits to.
Thank you, and appreciate those answers through the chair. Yeah, I mean, and I hear what my colleagues before me spoke have to say. I think my issue is, I mean, when we've talked about high acuity before, in terms of the touch points they have with other services, you know, that there's that cost benefit that we've talked about before. But from what I have seen in my experience in terms of interacting with the agencies, and we had this discussion when 122 baseline came up, I don't understand why these conversations can't happen just as a matter of course. If there are issues, we can address them. I found staff very forthcoming, agencies reaching out to them. I don't get a lot of these. I had one other outside of the one that Councillor Stevenson had pointed to. And that committee, that's why I wasn't really thinking, like, this is not an issue that is widely needed to be discussed at this moment. I think these are things that we can discuss more generally with staff, with agencies. But in terms of the high acuity, which this amendment is speaking to, I just don't see this as the norm. I think it's an anomaly. Yes, it's a high-profile one. It requires a lot of resources. You know, I feel for everyone in this case. But I think just throwing this whole program out, pausing, you know, we're doing damage by going that route. I think there's an opportunity to work with agencies, to work with staff, in terms of improving those supports. I don't think just stopping the program outright will serve us in the long run. I think that there are opportunities that don't require council direction to actually work with the people who are involved in this to get to a better place. And so that's where I'm at with this, and I'm not willing to support it right now.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, on the 2 amendments, I'm supportive of changing the date. I thank the councillor for bringing forward this information at a future CAPS meeting. I'm not supportive of E when it comes to high acuity without a plan. I'm not exactly sure why we would sort of start to pick and choose what we're going to do with the vulnerable population when it comes to supporting them and making those divisions, especially as we go into our winter housing program. So I will not be supporting E.
Councillor Trossau.
Very much through the chair. I'm not going to be supporting any of this. I think that this is a blatantly discriminatory, mean-spirited, and retrogressive. And this is my opinion, so...
Point of privilege.
Yeah, I was already on it. Go ahead with your point of privilege, though. Go ahead, Councillor.
I don't appreciate being attributed as mean-spirited.
I didn't say you were mean-spirited.
No, Councillor Trossau. That's not how it works. A councillor can raise a point of privilege. We listen to the point of privilege. I make a ruling on it, and then you can respond. Councillor Stevenson, continue. I don't know if you're finished there, but I'll make sure that you've clearly articulated.
I was finished. That my motion being attributed as mean-spirited, when in essence it's the exact opposite. It's compassion for the nearby neighbors and the tenants of these units.
Okay, so I'm going to stick mainly to the mean-spirited portion of the comments, and I tend to agree, Councillor. You can disagree with the councillor's approach. You can vote against the approach. You can articulate counterpoints. But much like I've asked in this chamber before, we don't have to, or nor should we be assigning intention to counselors on whether it was good-spirited or mean-spirited. We can simply debate the matter before us articulately and clearly, and then we'll have a vote on it, we'll make a decision. So I would ask you to withdraw the mean-spirited portion of your comments, but would invite you to debate it vigorously. Go ahead,
But
Councillor
the
Trossau.
discriminatory part is okay? That's not under your ruling?
I'm just talking about the mean-spirited right now.
Okay,
So
yeah,
go
I'll
ahead.
withdraw that.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. I'm gonna say that then the point of privilege is dealt with.
Yeah.
The mean-spirited point was the point the counselor made. You withdrew it. We're gonna continue on, and I would just ask, focus on the debate and the language in the motion and your points.
I'll focus, thank you through the chair, I'll focus on the discriminatory aspect of this, because I think what we're doing here is we're creating subclasses of homeless people based on acuity levels. Now, I'm looking at section 15 of the charter, which is our equal protection clause, and while they mention in particular race, national, ethnic origin, it says all. So what I'd like to understand is, and maybe the solicitor would like to assist me with this, is does creating a subclassification amongst homeless persons based on their level of acuity potentially trigger a claim? Not to say the claim would be vindicated, but is it a problem that we're creating these categories of different homeless persons and we're treating them differently under the law?
Can I raise a point of privilege again, please?
Yes, you can. Go ahead on your point of privilege, Counselor.
Well, in terms of the discriminatory, the contracts that I'm referring to already specifically say high acuity. So they're already discriminating against the low and moderate acuity and only focused on high acuity. So I again dislike this idea that discriminatory is bad when the contracts already are only addressing the needs of the high acuity and not the low and moderate. So when you get into human rights stuff, it just feels a little sensitive.
Just give me a second. Yeah, so I'll make these comments on the point of privilege. I think that we have two counselors. The word discriminatory can be interpreted in many different ways, right? Essentially, I think both counselors are correct here. Criteria does discriminate against different people. There are different criteria for different classifications of individuals accessing different services. I think probably other words could be used, but I actually think in this case, both counselors are probably using the word correctly and they're not actually in conflict with each other. I think the counselor is making a point related to the charter. He's allowed to ask those questions. I don't know if he's going to get to a question for the solicitor, but whether or not that gets answered in open session, we'll deal with it. But for now, I'm just going to say to both counselors, try not to, I think you're both correct in using the word. You're approaching it from different directions. I don't see it as problematic at this time, but I would ask that both just listen to each other respectfully, and we'll continue with the discussion and we'll get to the counselor's question. So go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
So to continue, the class of homeless persons labeled as high acuity, as we stated, in contrast to people who are low acuity, as we stated, their placements would be paused. May I ask staff, in the interim, during this period of review, where are they supposed to live?
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, individuals who are matched to these programs that aren't housed are experiencing homelessness. So they could be couch surfing, they could be staying in shelter, family shelter, they could be living unsheltered. It could be any one of those aspects.
Councillor Trousseau.
And we have, through the chair, we have in our regulations clear definitions of the difference between high acuity, mid acuity, and low acuity. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, it's not a regulation per se, it is best practices in our community and using what we call the Vulnerable Index Service Prioritization Decision Assistant tool, VI-SPDAT for short, is what we use to try and assess individuals' support needs, and it is a tool we are working on updating.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And without attributing anything to any of my colleagues, I do feel that we are setting up disparate treatment here based on people's status along the acuity thing and acuity assessment, and they're not going to be placed, which means they're going to remain in homelessness. And I think it's fair for me to say that. At this point, I would like to go back to my question to the solicitor, given the fact that there are going to be demonstrable and appreciable impacts on people's lives based on their acuity status. Does this raise potential legal questions of discrimination that we should at least know are there? And I'd really like to get a response from the solicitor on that.
So I'll ask the solicitor if she can respond to that in public session or not. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. It's not an issue I've specifically looked at to date. It would be something I'd have to take back and do some research on.
Okay, Councillor. So that information is not available at this moment.
Okay, and I think that's reasonable because there's not case law in this. This particular thing hasn't come up, and this might be a case of first impression. So I'm going to vote against. I'm going to vote against this. I think it's disparate treatment. I'm sure the councillors that have brought this forward mean well, and I don't mean to talk about their intentions, but the effect. We have to look at the effect on people's lives of these measures, not just what the intention in the hearts of the drafters was. And the effect on people's lives of these measures is going to be disparate treatment that takes away their ability to lower their acuity by becoming housed. And it will turn, I'm not sure what is worse than low acuity. High acuity. Do we have another category for where you go from being high acuity? Steph?
Mr. Dickens.
Through your worship, no, as Mr. Cooper indicated, we use a tool that's commonly used across Canada in the VI-SPDAT, and it produces a very robust assessment and then a scoring which gives a sort of categorization of an individual's needs, ranking from low, moderate, and high acuity. High acuity, just to give council some examples, are typically folks that have had prolonged or extensive experiences of experiencing homelessness. So years of chronic homelessness combined with potentially comorbidity issues, so or concurrent disorders. So battling an addiction and dealing with a mental health issue, dealing with chronic physical pain while also being experiencing homelessness, having acquired brain injury or cognitive delays while also experiencing homelessness. Part of the Project Home that's under this motion also includes the support of high acuity families through Roth Home Shelter. That can include parents with cognitive issues, children with involvement in the welfare system, the child welfare system, and those that are battling addictions, mental health, and chronic homelessness as well. So we just want to make sure those are some examples as council starts to weave into the technical realm of the work that we do every day.
Thank you, that's helpful. And just to wrap up, I will be not supporting any of these. I don't want to quibble over what date the report's going to come back, because I don't think it should come back. I think we should let this program go. I think we've got people who are in very, very serious situations, not just looking at the security of their persons, but also the potential loss of life. Because I think one answer to what comes after high acuity is death. And I'm very worried about that. And we have undertaken as the city This is not our obligation to create new positive programs. We have undertaken as a city to provide this program, and by removing the ability of people who meet certain definitional standards to take advantage of this program, I would like to get a report back at some point when solicitor is comfortable on the implications of this, because I think there are grievous charter violations here, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rahman next.
Thank you, and through you. So I just want to follow up on some of the comments and questions that have been asked so far. I do have some of my own. The first question I had, as we discussed and as Mr. Dickens has just given us some examples around high acuity, I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding of who we are talking about, and I also want to understand how we get to that definition. So for example, when I do a quick search of high acuity and homelessness, I come up with individuals that are examples, somebody that might be a veteran that has PTSD, for instance. So are we saying we want to pause supports to veterans with PTSD? When I go into other examples, as you mentioned, families, but I also note that there is substantial research saying that we tend to label folks, not we, the City of London, but generally in the work that's done around working with those that are unhoused, we tend to label folks that are Indigenous as having higher acuity. So does that mean we, as a council, as we look to potentially pause our programming, we want to pause our programming related to Indigenous folks that may have been labeled higher acuity potentially in our systems? Are there other potential risks that we could be facing by making this, and I'm going to target Part E of this motion for now, since that's what the amendment is, making this decision with the limited information that I believe we have in front of us today? So my question to staff is just, again, any other examples they can give us? I think the family example is very helpful on folks that would be labeled as high acuity that may be missed in this. And then I want to ask a couple questions around where are people in terms of the supports they're receiving if they're about to be placed? Because wouldn't those people right now be at a place potentially where they have the supports identified, but now we're saying, hold on, we're pausing? So I'm hoping you can address those two questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through your worship, have to bear with me, and I might ask you to repeat that second question. But some examples as well are individuals who are discharged from institutions. So we do see a variety of needs from individuals that are discharged from hospital, discharged from the child welfare system, as Mr. Dickens mentioned, as well as from incarceration. So those are a couple other examples. You did hit the nail on the head as well with individuals, veterans with PTSD, and others. The second question, my apologies.
Thank you. My second question is, we're saying pause any new placements, but wouldn't new placements be people that are currently attached to supports that are ready with supports to go into housing?
Thank you, and through your worship, yes, that is what we would be asking the agency to do. The agency currently recruits landlords to support individuals. They recruit and retain landlords to support the individuals. So it is a focus on trying to support individuals who are experiencing homelessness who may not meet traditional criteria for being able to sign a lease. So the agency would obviously continue to work with individuals, but those who are housing ready, air quotes, would also not be matched to units.
Thank you. My last question, are there potential funding impacts if we don't follow Housing First?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. That may be a possibility. We would have to take time to go back to the ministry and understand if there would be any implications from commitments we've made in terms of how we're going to support the precariously housed and the unhoused populations in our community through our submissions to the province. I think it would be too early to tell if there would be direct financial impacts or loss of funding, but we know the ministry has been very clear with new rounds of HPP funding. There are some very significant and specific expectations that we immediately address the number of individuals that are exiting the streets into housing. So the province sees it as a direct route from A to B. What you see in this entire portfolio is about several steps along the way between A and B. So we would need to be careful with that and seek direction and input from the ministry.
Thank you, and these are just my comments on the amendment. So I won't be supporting Part E of this amendment. I'm fine with the date. I do wish these conversations did happen at committee because it would be helpful to flesh out these kinds of conversations there versus here at council. These are difficult questions to ask, and when we're just receiving information on motions and subsequent parts of motions 15 and 20 minutes before a meeting. So thank you so much for entertaining my questions. As I mentioned, I won't be supporting it at this time, and I do look forward to further conversations at CAPS.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers, and we will separate these into two different pieces. Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, and appreciate you recognizing me. Through the chair, I did have a couple questions for staff before my comments as well. I'm wondering, have we housed any high acuity people through Project Home, and have they integrated successfully and been successful in their tenancy through the program, even though they're high acuity?
Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through our regular business operations as civic administration, one thing that we do, Mr. Cooper has members of his team and the broader civic administration team, is we have regular contact and meetings with the various housing providers. One such meeting just occurred actually a little over a week ago. While we were addressing and discussing some of the challenges perhaps that folks are facing, there are success stories, and I couldn't quantify those for you. It would be work we'd have to go back to all of the various housing providers and gather those success stories, but absolutely through the ongoing work of all of the housing organizations and the supports they provide to tenants, there are many people that have been able to achieve a level of stability, independence, and those services have been able to be scaled back so that individuals and families can live independently successfully.
Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And following up on that, are there any low acuity people that we've housed through Project Home in housing units that have caused issues with their neighbors?
Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, it's a challenging conversation to have through the othering of classifications of folks. And I know it was raised earlier through a comment that our contracts single out or give prejudicial treatment to high acuity folks. That is because this program and these service agencies are designed to support that population. We have a whole suite of services that we do provide every single day to low and moderate acuity people. Acuity is not a fixed state as much as any one of us are in a fixed state of well-being. It changes based on circumstances. Can someone who's deemed low acuity at the time of housing move quickly through and have their supports reduced and be successful on their own? Absolutely, absolutely, it happens quite often. An individual, though, their acuity is not fixed. It's quite possible, absolutely, that low acuity people could cause damage, could be noisy neighbors, could have hoarding issues. It's why we have found ways through our administrative budgets to support things like the hoarding support program through VHA, because they can support low acuity people as well. So yes, to answer your question, it's quite possible that any tenant, any neighbor in any community could become a problem tenant. We're thankful that we have organizations in place that perhaps the general public doesn't have at their disposal to support individuals and keep those incidents few and far between.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Appreciate that perspective. And then a follow-up question through through the chair. I'm wondering, so I'm struggling with this, given that we got it, especially this specific amendment within the last 2 hours. So I wasn't able to do any discussions or research or connect with service agencies who are running this program. But I'm wondering, through the chair, would it be apt to say that staff who develop relationships with the clients would probably be the best judges of where to put the clients? And given that we have had learnings with 122 baseline, I'm assuming that staff and agencies have taken those learnings and are being a little bit more discerning. So I'm just wondering, through the chair to staff, if the folks with those relationships with clients might be able to best understand the needs of the clients and where to put them.
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Through you, your worship, that is exactly the point, is that these organizations are the experts and this is the work that they do on a regular basis. They also, before a tenant is placed, they build the relationship with the landlord. They cultivate the opportunity to have a tenant placement in the first place. They walk through program expectations, participation expectations, and support expectations that the landlord can expect to receive on their end as well. Commitments are made to rectify and remedy occurrences where there may be unit damage or cleaning that's required. But well before a tenant is even placed, landlords are engaged, a relationship is formed, expectations are very clear, and then those organizations are diligent in matching the individual to the most appropriate available unit that they have in terms of the location, the housing type, the support that can be expected, and the ability to live in those settings.
Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, those are all my questions. So, and I also have 122 Baseline Road West is in my ward. I acknowledge that there are many issues that we've had with that building in placing very high acuity people. But some of my understanding, again, based on the audit findings that we've had in discussions, it's also the volume of high acuity people in the same building without the proper supports. And a lot of those issues have been addressed, and staff, again, have been working diligently to remedy the outcomes of that. And so at this point, I'm not comfortable moving forward this direction. I'd rather understand and get more information before making this kind of decision. For example, I'd want to understand how supporting one high acuity person in a market rate unit with the project's home supports, how that differs from 122 baseline. And I'd welcome more information and discussion with proper input from the community and agencies to be able to make that deliberation. I feel like we're trying to compare a couple different things without enough background or time to actually make those proper deliberations. And so without that engagement and input, I can't support it at this time. I do think this also should have gone through committee, and now there's additional support at council. I think, if that had been found during the committee cycle, perhaps it would have gone through. And I'm just not comfortable making this decision with the information we have right now.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Frank. Other speakers who haven't spoken yet? Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think what we're after here is providing a safe environment, not only for the high acuity, I'll get back to that in a second, folks that are being housed, but for their neighbors and surrounding community. And I agree with Councillor Frank on the concentration of many in one spot can cause issues. I saw it in my ward firsthand. The trouble is we have this, and I was going to ask, what's the definition of high acuity? And I've heard various comments from staff through you, Chair, where I guess if we're trying to assess a level of danger to those in the surrounding area and to themselves, even within the high acuity definitions, it's challenging. I guess through you, Chair, I just want to ask about supports, because I truly believe that high acuity individuals need support. Am I correct in understanding, and what we're talking about here is folks going to an apartment, and the level of support is basically the landlord understanding their situation? Or are there, by the organization that is working in tandem with this, would that organization provide further supports on an ongoing, even daily basis to that individual being housed?
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. As part of the work that we've done as the system to sort of assist with the reducing the administrative burden that agencies would have to pay rent, to ensure direct pay and so on, we created the HIP program through an RFP. And that HIP program is there to Housing Identification Program, apologies for the acronym. That program is there to support individuals, it support the landlords, they have landlord liaison roles, they have housing finder roles, and so part of that work is to do unit inspections pre-occupancy, and then support the landlord as well through some of those potential challenges that may arise during tenancy. The agency supports the individual, and they have working relationships with the HIP, so the HIP manages the administration and supports the landlord, and the agency is trying to ensure the individual is being successful in that placement.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through your chair, just a clarification. When you mentioned support, is that like a regular daily connection with the occupant?
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and again, through you, Your Worship. The supports vary, obviously, for each individual, depending on what the individual's needs are, what their willingness to accept services in that any given day are. But we do have criteria in our contracts that do establish some level of minimum visitations, if you were, levels of contact with agencies. We know agencies were struggling during COVID, but in many cases, they were still visiting people at their home, with the proper procedures in place, supporting these individuals to be successful. So, there is a commitment from our agencies, as Mr. Dickens said, to ensure and support these individuals to be successful. And they do, like I say, meet with individuals quite regularly.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, so, if we go ahead with this, it's not, as was mentioned by Deputy Mayor Lewis, we have 6,000 or so people on the waiting list. It's not like the places will go unfilled. I'm very concerned about those that are defined. Again, I'm having trouble with this high acuity definition, high needs, et cetera, that are being placed without the proper supports. And the proper supports, I get it, they require, we talk about this all the time, and who's providing it? Are we providing as a city or the province or the federal government? I think we try with our limited resources and manpower to help out, but I wonder if we are, able to do a proper job on that front. Anyway, this is a tough one. I'll leave it at that. Thank
you. Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir the Chair, and I will speak mostly to the main motion, but now in terms of the high acuity which is in front of us right now, if you look at the case management, what kind of case management or how deep it will go into these individuals who are staying or having facilities through this program?
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Each individual is unique, right? And I think their situation and their support needs are tailored to the individual. Agencies build those relationships with the individuals. They complete housing assessment needs. They complete housing support program needs with the individual to ensure that they're achieving and working towards achieving their life goals, whatever that might be. Agencies have that regular connection. We define a lot of different things in case management, but the outcome is really walking along with that individual to be successful in life.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you for that, Through the Chair. I do have a follow-up. As was mentioned actually by Mr. Dickens, in terms of the acuity, it's not said that it's not set for life. These individuals, they do actually very frequently move from low, medium to high. what kind of touch points, and again, these resources are quite limited, so I totally understand that these organizations don't have unlimited resources, but what kind of touch points, progress, evaluations are done if you do have that information?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Through you, your worship, I can't speak to any of the evaluations, but I know organizations do regular touch points, as Mr. Cooper said, with tenants, often providing hands-on support through cleaning of units, junk removal, pest control, but also a lot of work in terms of referral to other social or other community services, addictions counseling, mental health supports, assistance into other programs in the community. When we look at, we're just doing all of this on the fly and trying to explain a massive program on the floor. So when we look at some of the housing stability program pieces, an individual plan is likely to include access to support, including public benefits, so discretionary benefits, social assistance, pieces like that, access to healthcare, looking at individual financial supports around budgeting, those activities of daily living, building participants' communication skills to better respond to or negotiate with a landlord. We're talking about people being able to take on their own leases, being able to budget their modest income, to be able to afford both rent and groceries, and if they have to support a family. We would look at helping participants mitigate and navigate any repairs to their units. So essentially, we're looking at the whole person or whole tenancy, looking at those activities of daily living and building up that independence and that stability. This program, unlike like every other program, is not 100% success rate. However, and whoever defines what success is, you are going to have people that are unsuccessful, no matter what the intervention is, be it psychiatric inpatient care or highly supportive housing or a rent supplement. But these programs exist to support the individual to be ready to be housed to the best of their ability. They then negotiate that placement. They provide that wraparound care, be it through regular visits, check-ins. When a participant starts to withdraw those services, you show up and they're not home. You show up and they're not home 3 times in a row. You show up and the door's locked, right? They're not answering. We have suspicion of concern. Try to work with the landlord. Sometimes landlords are very accommodating. Other times they may be less accommodating. Asking to give the tenant notice to be able to get access to their unit, to do a unit inspection. It's in your agenda package. The organizations have outlined how they escalate those concerns, right? If there's a suspicion of a fire concern, we contact the London Fire Department and they're able to issue other authority that we cannot and be able to go in and inspect those units. We try to really enforce the participation to ensure people understand in whatever cognitive ability they have the consequences of a lack of participation, and sometimes those housing placements are unsuccessful. So hopefully that captures everything. Again, this is a very large program. It's only in addition to everything else we do. And so it's a little difficult to give you an entire scope and rationale on the floor.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much for your answers, and I will speak to the main motion afterwards. No more questions at this time. Thank you.
I'll hand the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll put myself on the list.
Go ahead, Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'll be brief. So I support when this is divided, removing the date. I'm not going to support E. I think there's a number of councillors who I've identified that there's some challenges with understanding the full consequences of what would happen with E. I think we're trying to compartmentalize individuals into if we pause placement of highly supportive housed individuals, these things will happen. These things might get better. And I think from the answers our staff have given us, it's much more complex than that, right? You can have high acuity individuals who are quite successful without needing a full level of high acuity supports. You can have low acuity individuals who are not successful with the supports that they're given. It's very much individual based. And I think if there are challenges with some specific apartments, and I think Mr. Cooper said maybe a handful in the program might face some challenging, I'd much rather our staff focus on how can we assist in those situations rather than cast a wide blanket net that I don't think we understand the full consequences of how it would impact people's access to housing. And some people who, as was described, may have been on the street for many years, and this may be their opportunity to move forward. For others, it may not work out so well. So, you know, this is a very complex issue, and I certainly understand how colleagues are probably struggling with this decision and thinking, I'm not really sure which way I want to vote, because I think what we all care about is we want every person who we put in housing, no matter what their acuity and what type of housing they're in, to be as successful as possible. And that just simply is not the case for every individual. So I think that in the main motion, I'll speak to it later, I think there are parts of this where we can get more information, but in the absence of that information, I'm not willing to hit pause on this part of the program without fully understanding the consequences of it. And I would much rather hear back from the agencies about supports that they might need to identify, you know, and perhaps avoid some of the situations that we've experienced in the past. I think the letter that they wrote about the steps that they take was quite clear in the way that they approach some of their programs, the ways they reach out for help. And I know this item just simply being discussed by us today elevates it to a level to hear that, you know, our staff and the agencies here, that we want to try to help in these situations. We want people to be successful. We recognize that not every situation is going to be that, but just because there's a handful of situations that may not be that way, and they may be very impactful on the landlord, on the units, maybe even on the community surrounding them, does not mean that the overall program is not successful. We have to be careful about unintended consequences of making a quick decision without all of the information before us. So I'll look forward to the debate on the main motion, but I won't be supporting Part E of the amendment. I'll support the date change.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. I'll return the chair to you. I have no one else on the speakers list.
Okay, any other speakers to this? Okay, we're going to divide this into two pieces. We're going to do the removal of the date first, and it's going to change to future meeting instead. So we'll do that piece. I'm going to use the same mover and seconder for both of these pieces. I see them okay with that. So we'll open just the date part for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Okay, and now on the addition of the new Part E. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 5-10.
Okay, we're going to return to the main motion. I'm going to look for speakers on the main motion. Okay. Councillor Stevenson, you spoke already. You said you're going to speak for a little bit and then introduce the amendment.
It's an amended motion, right?
Yeah, you're actually right. I do actually need a mover for the as amended motion because we changed the date. So I'll look for a mover and seconder for the as amended motion. Councillor Stevenson is willing to move it, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis on the as amended motion. It's a new motion, new speakers list. So Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that this was brought to the committee responsible for looking at this, and there was no seconder and no willingness to discuss it at committee. I do want to say, too, that these concerns, we reduced the ratio for LMCH given the safety and the financial concerns with damages. And there wasn't the same discussion about, oh, well, where are these people going to go? There was a recognition that these were causing serious safety issues for the vulnerable people living in our buildings, and it was causing a lot of damages to the apartment units. And this is the same thing. So I don't want to see us passing that risk down to private apartments and other vulnerable people who are living in apartments where people who are struggling, as was seen in that video, it's a huge concern. You know, nearby to that, adjacent to that video, that apartment, was a single mom and kids. And if we're going to run these programs, even if it's only a handful of units, we need to take the time to look at what isn't working. There's lots of things that are working, there are things that are not working, and how do we make amendments to the contracts and provide the safety and security that the vulnerable tenant that we're looking to care for gets, as well as the surrounding community and the workers. So I saw 4 apartments cared for by 3 different agencies in equal damages, unsafe living conditions, unsecured doors. These units get taken over by several people. There could be 8, 10 people in these buildings. The agreements are between the tenant and the landlord. So the landlord gets stuck with having to deal with the landlord-tenant board, or somehow canceling the agreement when the agency pulls out. And the damages, what I'm hearing is the damages are significant. They're not always reimbursed. They're not getting the support that they need. I had another landlord reach out to me that's had to file a legal claim for damages. So I'm not saying that the whole program gets to be thrown out. The point of the motion was, how can we address the issues that are happening in these apartments? How do we make it better? That's what this is about. How do we make it better? How do we make it safer? So I'm really looking for support on this motion so that we can address, even if it only happens a few times. If you talk to landlords, it only takes a couple of really problematic tenants to cause a lot of safety issues in a building. And so this is an opportunity for us to improve this program, to look at what's not working, to get the information on the statistics. How big a problem is it? Maybe it is only a handful. That would be great to hear. 4 out of the 4 apartments that I saw were like that, and I've had other people reach out. And we did have the chair of LMCH feel that the issue was significant enough to bring it to our attention and ask us to reduce the ratio. And of course, we all know what happened at 122 Baseline. And that's still an ongoing issue. So maybe there's an opportunity to create occupancy agreements. That's what I understand is happening in the housing, so that the agency is able to maintain a safe environment for the rest of the vulnerable people. If a tenant truly isn't working out, there's an opportunity to remove that person to protect the safety of the others. And if these agreements are tenancy agreements, then as we know, it can be a very long and unsafe run trying to correct that situation. So I'm all for supporting these people with high support needs, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't put the rest of the community at risk. I don't like to get into too many details around the ones that I have seen, but it is a significant impact on the community. And to find out that units that were such a problem to the neighborhood were overseen by our agencies and taxpayer funded is difficult to talk about, quite frankly. And so there is an urgency around this. I understand that staff might need a little bit more time, but I would really ask that we get back it as quickly as possible, even if it's just a small section that allows us to move forward with making changes.
30 seconds.
That will assist in making this safer and more respectful for the people we're trying to help and the people who are working with them and living nearby.
Councillor Ferreira, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I'm gonna have to start with, this motion was not brought to committee. The motion that was brought to committee decided not to second it. There was nothing wrong with procedure on that. But this is a much different motion. It's probably 80% different. So the comments that I heard that this was brought to committee and the committee didn't hear it. That's just frankly not true.
Point of privilege.
Okay, a point of personal privilege. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my camera here. I can't get my camera working.
That's okay.
My,
You
my
can go
point
on.
of yeah, my point of personal privilege is the thing that is not correct. There was a seconder on this motion that was asked to be discussed at committee. Yes, this motion is a little bit different, but that is the work that was supposed to have been done at committee. It was done outside of committee and brought to council because there was no discussion allowed at committee, and it was not procedurally correct because my correspondence was not accepted at committee, which means that I had to bring forward a notice of motion too. So the Community and Protective Services Committee, we all agreed work should be done at the committee level.
Councillor-
I brought it forward and there was not a willingness to debate the issue. It wasn't the motion, but the issue at committee.
So I'm going to take a second on this. Okay, so I'm going to deem that not a point of personal privilege. It's more of a procedural issue, and I'll be frank here. You know, we can spend a whole bunch of time talking about what did or didn't happen at committee, and we can talk about the procedures, or we can actually deal with what is before us, before council, and that is a notice of motion that was filed on time, has leave, is able to be debated. And so my strong encouragement to members is focus on what's before us. I don't think any of us really need to dwell on the committee at this point, because I just don't see the purpose of how that's going to move the business of the council forward at this moment in time, of which we have a motion on the floor that we're debating. So it's not really a point of personal privilege. I'd encourage councillors just to focus on the motion that's before us, and this iteration of the motion. That is what's on the floor. The committee stuff, if people want to talk procedure, clerk and I can look into it. We can give some guidance on that, but we're not going to do that at this time at council. We're going to focus on actually the business that's before us, which is a notice of motion that that has been given leave, that is on the floor to debate. So I'm going to deal with, I'm going to just say that's not a point of personal privilege. I'm going to allow the council to continue on, and we're going to focus on the motion before us.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to steer the council a little bit too off. The reason I made the comment was because it was not true. And other things, you know, when the councillor says that this motion's a little bit different, it's a lot different. So my point is there's a lot of information here that I'm trying to parse through, and there's a lot of information here that's new, a lot of information here that I know is not necessarily true. And in the end, I haven't had all the questions answered. I had some really good questions come from this council. For example, how many housing units are available and how many incidents do we really see? I heard the executive director or general manager, I believe, of St. Leonard say this happens a handful of times. We don't have the information of really what the incidence is of how many times we see this occurrence. I do know that in just the regular market rate rental space, situations like this come up as well. I'm a landlord. I've had situations similar to this in my past, so I do know that this is something that just happens in this space, in this type of business. And I'm really hesitant to have a blanket solution when we have a very small number of issues that come up, a number of issues that we would reasonably expect to happen, just statistically speaking, when we're dealing with the amount of people. Because I haven't had that information given to us, and because this is such a big decision, I don't believe it would be wise to make these decisions right now without that information. That's number one. Number two, I wonder what threshold it would take of how many times we would see this incident before we would come in with a motion like this. I do believe that this is probably a discussion about the resources and support that we provide to the agencies that are working in this space to provide a fulsome amount of wraparound supports. I think that's where the conversation should go, not where it's going right now. Speaking directly to the motion, I have to agree from my colleagues. This is a little punitive. This is a little bit punitive in my opinion. I see we're looking for an overview on the issues identified and the barriers or challenges for individual placement. What I don't see in that issue is the successes or how we can enhance those successes. I don't see that being identified here in that. If A had the issues and the successes and how we can mitigate through the issues and enhance the successes, that would be a more fulsome motion for Part A for me. The same with Part B as well. The only thing that I might be considering willing to vote for would be C and D, because these seem to be information only. But in the end, I'm worried on, without the information, really the direction that's just going to lead us. In the end, I do not want to see council intervention for actual placements of individuals. I think that is just way too deep for the operations. And I believe that there's some parts of this motion, especially on the last one that I saw at committee, that is pointing in that direction. I don't think we have the right or the ability, and to make sure that it's free from political intervention, we cannot be placing individuals in their housing, period. That should be done by staff. We are at a governance level. So those would be my points. Another one, and this is the last one. I am really interested on how the councillor gets access to these apartments. I heard that she's got access to 4. Is that the landlord that gave you the access? Did the landlord provide?
Councillor, I'm not actually sure that's relevant to the motion before us. Like the councillor's actions in the community and going to apartments isn't really germane to the motion before us. Like, this is a decision of council, not a review of, what a councillor is doing out in the community. So I'd ask you to just focus on the motion.
And I could stop there. It's just the intent that I'm wondering, because the intent does lead to an end, and I'm wondering what the end is. It's not very clear for me. I have my gut feelings. But with that, because I do see it as A and B has the issues that I've raised, C and D, I would like to have more information. I do like how this motion has been recrafted. I like how it is a little more digestible and readable for me. I appreciate that, but at the same time, I don't have the information that I need. So with that case, it's no to A, B, C, and D for me on this motion.
Okay, I have Councillor Hopkins next.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I do have maybe a question following the chair's comments. Is it procedure to have a notice of motion referred back to the committee?
So, Councillor, we're on a motion now. The notice of motion was part of the agenda. Leave's been granted. There's an active motion on the floor. So all of the tools, like any other motion of council, can be utilized, including referrals to committees, voting yes, voting down, amending. It's just like any other motion on the floor before council. It doesn't matter how it got here. It's on the floor now.
Well, this is all new to me, and I'm considering all this information. I understand it's a different motion to what was original. I do have further questions here before I make decisions on A, B, C, and D, and I'm not sure where to go with this. So maybe I would like to make a suggestion that it be referred back to CAPS for further consideration.
Well, Councillor, you have the floor, so you can ask your questions or you can make a referral. But like those are the options before you. It's this motion on the floor now. So you can debate it, you can ask questions about it, you can refer it, but you'd be moving a referral. I'd need to go to a second, or referral takes precedence, so we'd move to that right away.
Thank you for that guidance. So I do have a number of other questions. I'm trying to be very efficient here, given that it's 3 o'clock. And so a couple questions I do have on the motion would be, are we just looking, and maybe this is through you, Your Worship, to staff, are we just looking for reports back on each item? And maybe that's my first question. Or are we making amendments to these contracts that I am not privy to? So that's my question.
So I'm gonna actually answer that, Councillor. If you read the motion, staff are being directed to A, provide an overview. That's part of a report back. B, propose recommendations to, and there's some criteria there. That would be part of a report back. C is provide an update to the overall success rates. That would be a report back. And D is provide any recommendations for strengthening tenant placement. That would be a report back. Civic administration isn't really taking any specific actions in this particular motion. It would all be information that comes back that then council could take actions on, unless I'm going to go to civic administration to make sure their interpretation is as mine is. There's no actions you would take, rather than the actions you need to gather the information for the reports, but you're not taking any of these actions at this point in time. Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this would be a report back as outlined in the motion. The actions we would be taking would be to try to cost out some of the items in B, for example, and try to identify a source of potential funding should that be a way to address B. Those would be the steps we would take, but we would come back to council looking for your direction on those.
Councillor Hopkins.
And just to follow up on that, C and D would just be report backs as well. So given that information, and we're not making really any decisions here at all, we're looking for information to come back. I'm going to listen to my colleagues. If not, I think I could support C and D, maybe having it referred back. A and B could be a consideration, but just hearing how the rest of this conversation goes. Thanks.
All right, I have Deputy Mayor Lewis next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first of all, I will say the reason I was willing to second the notice of motion and get this on the floor is because I did think it was worthy of a discussion. I'm not going to rehash procedure or what happened at committee. I will agree with Councillor Ferreira that this is substantively changed from the committee level. I do think that it is where we can good to have these discussions at committee, but I recognize here there's also all 15 of us. And we were all going to participate in this anyway. So I would not support sending it back to committee, because then we're going to go take it to committee again, and then the reports would already come to committee. We're going to if we sent this back to committee, then we would discuss it again there, and then discuss it again here before we even directed staff to get reports. So as per Councillor Hopkins' point, this is asking for information. And I think I've heard from most of my colleagues that we'd all like some more information on success rates, which Clause C talks about. On some of the barriers, particularly for me in Clause B, we heard Councillor Stevenson reference unsecured front doors. There's language in here that speaks to language in leases with respect to landlord responsibilities. It is not the service provider's responsibility. It is not City Hall's responsibility. If a front door lock is broken, that's the landlord's responsibility to fix. If we are having problems getting in to do an inspection, and we finally get in and find out that the smoke alarms are not working, whether the batteries have been removed or the wires have been cut or whatever. Again, that's part of the landlord's responsibility to fix. And that's why in Part B, I'm really supportive of, looking at strengthening the language in leases with respect to the landlord's responsibilities, as well as the barriers that individual placements are experiencing. It references head leases. I don't know whether staff can consider, if agencies are on the lease as well, does that give them more right to enter a property and do an inspection? I don't know. But that's something I'd like staff to take back and come back and tell us. Is there a way to change the lease language so that it's more difficult for a tenant to refuse an inspection? Because I do think when smoke alarms are deliberately disabled, things like that, that is valuable to find a way to get around and make sure that those smoke alarms are functioning. Obviously not just for the safety of the tenant in that unit, but in adjacent units as well. I do think in part A, I appreciate the communication we've received from some of our partner agencies already. I think, listening to them, hearing what the barriers are, and as I said, I talked to a couple of frontline workers who called me after this committee motion was in the news, and they said they felt frustrated and not supported because they'd done their part, they showed up, they knocked, they were refused entry. So I want to be really clear to those frontline workers, that's not on you, but as council, if we don't know that, we don't know how to strengthen the step moving forward. The thing that I think is the most important clause here though, and I really got to emphasize this, is clause D, recommendations for strengthening the placement process and success rates, including the service delivery by partner agencies, as well as advocacy considerations to senior levels of government by council. Because I think the one thing that we all know, and whether it's community agencies, and I see Ms. Moss and Ms. Campbell up in the gallery, whether it's other partners, whether it's us, there is not enough provincial operating dollars coming to provide the supports at the levels that are needed. So we have to do that advocacy piece. It's critical. We know as council, we can't fund all of those operating dollars on property tax base. That's not what the property tax base was intended for. We can be really good at helping them with some capital costs, but we can't support the day-to-day operations on the property tax base. And if we truly believe that housing is healthcare, healthcare is a provincial responsibility. So that advocacy has to happen to get more operating dollars. If we want to create more shelter spaces, if we want to create more highly supportive housing, if we want to create more permanent affordable housing, there has to be all three legs at the table: government, the public, and civil society. And right now, the government leg is a little short because only 2 of the 3 levels of government are really participating in this. We've got some help from the federal government, and that's appreciated, but we need more assistance from the provincial government as well. And I hope we're going to see that Heart Hub open soon. That would be nice to have those beds up and running. That would be a step in the right direction. But that Heart Hub alone is not going to do it either. There's still going to be more work to do. So I ask colleagues to really read the language, the information it's looking for, and then cast your votes accordingly.
Oh, that was 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and I even forgot to give you a warning. So I don't know if you were timing yourself, but that was pretty good.
And I was timing myself.
Well, I encourage everyone to do that in case I miss one. Councillor Pribble, you're next.
Thank you. Let me start by actually thanking the 4 organizations that sent us the letter with additional explanations, and all the other organizations who are in this program, same as our staff. This program is helping hundreds of individuals. I'll tell you right now that it's not in London, Ontario, it's the entire world, that any program, any initiative facing or trying to address homelessness will never be perfect. It will never be perfect. I'll tell you right now, whatever we come up with, and I do believe, and I believe we will come up with other initiatives, including the mayor's letter yesterday, that we are on the right track, right direction to address these issues. Huge challenge, and again, not just in London, Ontario. It's a worldwide issue. And I want to thank for addressing and introducing other initiatives. We really need to focus on this. I just don't want to make sure that this doesn't come in any negative way. Do we have problems? Yes, there are. Will there be? Yes, there will be. The 4 points that are in front of us, I do take it as a report that's coming back, improving the current situation, actually giving a voice even to the social agencies and community organizations to officially say their positions, their barriers, their issues. So I don't see this in any negative perspective. We have we have a program that's helping many, many individuals, and we are just trying to get the reports back to see what other opportunities there are, how we can improve it. But my main point in this is really, it's one of the programs that we have, one of the many that we offer that is working, and it's all these individuals, the hundreds we are talking about, they would be on the street, they would be in the encampments, and we would have many more dangerous situations that we currently have. So thank you for that. I do want to support these 4 clauses because I do want to report back and for us to make the best possible decisions to move forward, to maximize our opportunities for us, for the taxpayer, and for the community organizations. Thank you all.
Other speakers to this? Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Looking through you for clarification on Part B. It says propose recommendations to amend the existing contracts. Is this meaning the existing contracts they've already signed and entered into partnership with, or a template for future contracts based off of this?
Well, I'm going to ask our staff that question on how they'd approach that. I assume the existing contracts would maybe have terms for amendments that probably have some conditions to it, but Mr. Dickens, maybe you can help us out with that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, these contracts are in place currently. The current term goes until March 31st, 2026. The wording in B is to amend, recommendations to amend the existing contracts. So we would take that to mean the ones that are currently in place.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I also appreciate we're an hour and a half into this. I voted to hear it. I did have some procedural questions coming out of committee and want to make sure that we dealt with it in a timely manner. I'll be a no on all of this. I believe that if we're looking at amending potentially existing contracts, these organizations already signed a contract, have staff set up, have their training set up, and are mobilized doing the work that they entered a contract in an agreement with the City of London to do and deliver on. In my opinion, it would be a great way to distract from the job at hand of actually housing people and doing this work. Also sending out uncertainty throughout the sector and chaos of once you've entered an agreement with the city, is it actually going to stand, or we're going to change terms and expectations partway through? As for Part D, I'm all for advocacy considerations to senior levels of governments. But I believe we already do that, and we have great seats at the table and representatives in those, and we just got back from AMO, and we have local elected officials at other levels of government we do great work with. So for me, I'm a no.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Well, I didn't support the amendment. I will support this. We've been a number of years into this, and I think it's an appropriate time to look at our experiences. I find that we're kind of moving back and forth based on anecdotal one-offs, and I think a thorough review of our practices to see, what's working and what isn't, what can be improved, best practices. I think it will help those that we're trying to assist. It will help future potential landlords. I'm fearful that we might be restricting places that we can help people on. I think there's nothing wrong with each of these clauses to kind of drill down and see how our progress is being made. Because at the end of the day, as has been said many times around the horseshoe here, the whole idea is to help as many people as possible effectively. So let's find out what's working and what's not. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
Thank you very much. I'll still be voting no on every aspect of this. I think the net effect of passing this, whether we like it or not, is going to be to undermine the stability and the confidence of this program that is ongoing, which, like any program, can be improved. But just doing this now, I think, is not useful, especially when you consider that many pieces of this are coming up for renewal again soon. I don't see the point of asking for a staff report to evaluate contractual provisions when, by the time the staff report comes back, we'll probably be looking at the renewal. Anyway, it makes no sense. And we are asking our staff, especially in the housing area, to take on so much. And some of us on CAPS have some additional things that we're going to be putting on the table. But I'm very clearly no on this. I think the worst part of the language was already dealt with. But we don't need to refer this. We have as the letter shows, as the letter from the agency shows, we have very capable and talented and caring social service agencies that are dealing with these programs. And I think the best way to deal with problems as they come up is to let them work with staff and the tenants and the landlords to deal with them. Everything doesn't have to emanate from the council table. So please don't support this. Let's move on to other things. And by the way, if we are going to support this, then I think it should involve all of our social housing. Because several meetings ago, I raised several serious issues that I had with LMCH and their administration of habitability standards. We've talked about tenant placement. If we're going to open up this question in the middle of this term, it should be across the board to all of the agencies. I got no support for wanting to do that last time, including the inspections. So let's just vote this down and move on with the more pressing business that we have, knowing that we've got people backstopping this who are very capable to deal with the problems. Thank you.
I have myself next on the list, then I have Councillor Rahman, so I'll turn over the chair to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I will take the chair. Go ahead, Mayor Morgan.
Thank you. So I'm going to support A, C, and D, and not B. I'll just provide some reasons why. First off, in A, provide an overview of any issues identified by partner social agencies that are creating a barrier or challenge to individual placement success, and then such as, and there's some examples. That does not mean it's exclusive to those things. So I know that there are agencies in the audience today, and I would strongly encourage you to identify any issues or any barriers that are creating a challenge to you helping people be successful in their housing. That may require additional resources. That may be identification of moving towards a model of more highly supportive housing. And so I'm going to support A because I think we can get some really good feedback from those who are trying to help people be placed, are seeing some challenges, and maybe they don't have the resources or the tools available to them to help them be successful. Maybe the recommendation is that we need additional supports for certain individuals, and that may require additional resources. So people should be aware that there's probably additional resources that come back related to some of these items. B, not that I disagree with some of the components of B, but I would expect, given the amount of time that this would take, given that the fact that the contracts renew in March, amending the existing contracts probably isn't necessary at this point. But I would anticipate the report back from A would probably inform, and then council's decisions on A would inform future contracts, which may include some of these other items. So I'm not sure B is necessary at this time, not because I disagree with the components of B, I just don't think the existing contracts need to be amended at this point in the cycle. I think we can provide some learnings from A, provide some feedback, and then create the next round of contracts in a slightly different way. C, I'll say the biggest challenge I have with C is how you define success rates. I think that you're unlikely, and I'd be clear, you're unlikely to get back a really clear answer on that piece, but I am interested in any trends that are being seen and any sort of challenges of people cycling through programs multiple times, which I think relates back to A. If the providers see that people are struggling to gain traction in these programs, what improvements can we make to the programs, or what maybe referrals can we make to other programs that could be helpful? And D, I agree, given A might have some resource components to it, as the Deputy Mayor said, and as others have said, if we want to strengthen programs like this, it does require additional operating and support from other levels of government, and our advocacy on this should be ongoing. And that doesn't mean we're going to exclude advocacy on other things, but we know that we're advocating on a wide spectrum of housing-related issues. We know that the province is interested in housing, and I will commend them again for listening to the work that London has done on hubs and highly supportive housing and modeling a provincial-wide program that is on the verge of launching across multiple cities and multiple communities in this province. And I think that continued partnership with the province on these issues, continuing to share with them where we need supports and where we have things that are working, where things may not be working, is an important ongoing dialogue that can happen. So I'll support A, B, and D, or sorry, A, C, and D. I'm not going to support B at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan, and I'll return the chair to you, noting you were 1 minute and 57 seconds shorter than I was.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, and I'll be even shorter than that. I was going to say pretty much the same thing. So thank you for saying that. Part B, of course, has the challenges with the timing of the lease. The last thing I want to just add is on D, the recommendations for strengthening placement. I do think our staff are going back to other levels of government as well, as they're engaging staff to staff to provide feedback on the programs, but I do think it would be helpful for us to get some of that engagement as well. So thank you.
Okay, any other speakers who haven't spoken yet? Given I've heard some colleagues say they're not too keen on C and D, I want to do B separate. I think we'll just do each of these separate. It's probably the easiest way. People can vote how they want. We'll do them in order. So we're going to just do them in the order that they're on the agenda. I see no other speakers, so we're going to proceed with voting. So the first thing we're going to deal with is A. So just make sure you're looking at the motion, and we'll go with A first, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-4.
Okay, and next we'll go to B, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 3-12.
And next we'll do C.
Councillor Tresson. Closing the vote, motion carries 11-4.
And finally, we'll do D.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Okay, and that dispenses with the components of the motion. So that deals with the first motion of which notice is given. But if you liked that, great news is we have a second one, which again will require leave to put on the floor. This one's from Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Ferreira. So I'll go to, I guess, Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Ferreira to put the request for leave on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will put request for leave on the floor. That was in the council agenda. Do you need me to read it out, or?
I don't need to read it out.
Okay, so I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, so this is the request. Deputy Mayor Lewis is seconding the request for leave. Request for leave to put the motion that you see in the agenda on the floor. This is something we move right to a vote on right away, so I'm going to open that vote.
Closing the vote, leave is granted 15-0.
Okay, so leave is granted to put the motion on the floor. Now you have to put the motion on the floor exactly as it was in your correspondence. Councillor Ferreira, are you going to do that? Okay, Councillor Ferreira, I'll turn it over to you. You don't have to read it out if you don't want to, because you've added it in the agenda, so it's on the public record already. But you can move the motion, and then you can provide your comments if you'd like.
Sure. I will move this motion.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lewis, you're willing to second? Okay, go ahead.
I won't read it out. It will be up on the e-scribe there. But this is just some, I guess, fixing of some challenges that we have run into to create more affordable housing. We originally signed a municipal contribution agreement with Chelsea Green in '23, I believe. And in that time, the letter does speak to this, but in that time, there were some challenges that occurred. It's all in the letter there, but from, I guess, very exhaustive negotiations with myself, with the deputy mayor, and with Chelsea Green and the board, we were trying to find a compromise that fit with our requirements, with what we would like for council, especially with respect to placing individuals in the supportive housing from our wait list. And we also wanted to find a middle ground for Chelsea Green to also be able to support housing from their wait list as well. So we did come to a conclusion of the 30 units that Chelsea Green has agreed to build out as affordable. They have agreed with us for 18 to come from our wait list and 12 to come from their wait list. So we're just basically bringing this forward because Chelsea Green right now is kind of in a locked position where they can't really move forward because they do need to have those holdback funds that we had, the $476,000 and change, provided to them so they can continue on with their work. So we thought that this was a very reasonable compromise. It is a compromise, but it's something that, we just recognize when we're involved in this work, challenges do arise, and it's just a matter of how do we pivot and maneuver around and make sure that the project still comes to completion. So that's the motion on the floor. I'm looking for your support so we can get this project going, and we can also bring Village Soho to life.
Okay, I'll look for other speakers on this. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Echoing everything Councillor Ferreira said, and privileged to work with him on this project and motion to find a middle ground where we could bring something to you. Originally, the direction from council, as was outlined in our communication, was to come back to a future CPSC, but Chelsea Green is actually stalled right now without a release of the funds, from the roadmap funds, with the exception of the required holdbacks. No further work is happening there. We're holding up people from getting into new affordable housing units. That's why this is coming forward as an emergent motion, a motion of which notice was given so that we could move this forward today. Hopefully, all the administrative requirements can be fulfilled this week and we can get the money out the door so that the project can finalize and get residents moving into these units, which is the end goal. Again, it was outlined in the letter, but I think the key here is that while the city has had to make some additional contributions, and in particular with some brownfield soil remediation challenges along the way, even though Chelsea Green has had to reduce the overall number of affordable units in the project because of CMHC financing, for the city, we've actually gone from 5 units in the original deal to 12 units, now to 18. So even though the total number is lower, the number of folks we're going to move off of our wait list is going to be increased. And of course, we all have the frustration about multiple agencies having multiple wait lists and the overlap and duplication. We've had this conversation with Chelsea Green, and they've indicated they're going to work with our staff to identify where the duplication is. So if they're taking somebody off of their list from their selection who's also on our list, we're going to know that that person was housed too. So it may actually be more than 18 people who come off our list because of duplication. Maybe with a little luck, it's all 30 come off of our list because there happen to be 12 of them who are also on Chelsea Green's list. But that's why we're bringing this forward to you today as a notice of motion so that we can hopefully get this wrapped up and get the funds released this week so the project can be completed and the residents can start moving in.
Other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, then it's moved and seconded on the floor, and we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson?
I vote yes.
Noted. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 14-0.
Okay, that concludes motions to which notice was given. We're on to reports. The first report is the 14th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. Turn it over to Chair Lehman to present the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Pleased to present the 14th report of Planning and Environment Committee. I have been asked to pull 9, 13, 14, and 15.
Okay. Would anybody else like any additional items removed from that general list? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I'll let you make a motion then, Counselor.
And I'd like to move items 1 through 8, 10, 11, 12, and 16.
Okay, so 1 through 8, 10, 11, 12, and 16 are on the floor. Or is there any comments or discussion on that? Counselor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just have a quick comment on number 5, updating the program guidelines for the transit-oriented development community improvement plan. I want to thank the committee for supporting the green measures, green development measures. Disappointed that there wasn't support for nonprofit organizations. It made me realize that there's a lot of information that I don't have as a counselor on the work that, or on the status of nonprofits compared to for-profits when it comes to development. And it would be really good maybe in the future to get some reports back in any kind of orientation that council would receive on what the differences are. We know there's a lot of great work that nonprofits are doing out in the community as well as developers, but it made me realize I'd like to know a little bit more about the challenges with nonprofits. But thank the committee for the green measures development. Thank you.
I have Councillor Ferreira next.
Thanks, Mayor. I also need to make some comments. I wasn't able to make it to this committee. My apologies on that. But I do want to echo some of the comments that Councillor Hopkins has made, and I want to specifically speak to the Housing Accelerator Fund top-up, I guess, and the surplus allocations that we're bringing both to the office residential and transit-oriented development incentive programs that we have. As the report has noted, and as I've had my conversations with staff, both of these are very oversubscribed, so there's a lot of interest there. And from what I understand, we're doing really well, comparatively speaking, to other municipalities. Other municipalities do have incentive programs like this, but they're not getting as much uptake as we are, so we're clearly doing something right. So thank you to staff. Thank you for reallocating this money. This is going to be something that is a really big deal when it comes to reducing the office vacancy that we have in the core and along our transit corridor line. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that the committee did. I also appreciate the motions that Councillor Frank brought to the committee and the amendments. I appreciate supporting some of those motions. As Councillor Hopkins said, I would have liked to see a bit more, but it is good from what I see. So I just want to say thank you to that. Also, the new framework for the transit-oriented development piece on another part of the report, that matrix, I think that's excellent. I really like how we're giving the 6 months for permits, if I can remember correctly. I'll just say it like this. I appreciate that we're having some dates and time set in time to make sure that these developments continue through. I think that's exactly what we need. I know this conversation's been going on for a while. I really appreciate that. So I think that's it for PEC that I'd like to speak to. Anyways, great work by the committee. This is definitely you're gonna see these funds, these reallocated funds, and the new funds used right away. There is a wait list of people or of proponents looking to tap into these funds. So I'm really appreciative of that. That will be my comments.
Other speakers to these sets of items? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to put item number 9 regarding 1103 and 1111 West Elborn on the floor. Councillor Hopkins requested this to be pulled.
All right, item 9 is on the floor. Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I want to bring to Council's attention As the ward councillor, I will not be supporting the referral back to staff. I am supportive of the refusal from staff on this development. It is a 12-story as well as 3-story townhouses. The reason I think is quite clear when you read the recommendation on the intensity and height, and we've just had a minister's approval of height revisions in our city, but this development, the 12-story, does not fit into this development. It's in a low area. It is, has concerns with pedestrian traffic, the intensification, 300 units. I am very supportive of a 3-story townhouse. Residents came out and spoke. There's a number of comments in the recommendation. Fortunately, the time of day, a lot of people were at work, but they are supportive of the townhouse development, not the 12 stories. And our policies do support the 3 stories. For me, it is also very, very important that we have a discussion at our committees on recommendations that come to committee. And for me, it was disappointing there was no discussion from members why they would not support staff's recommendation. I also want to make a comment from a resident, and I'll read it. And this is from my perspective as the ward councillor. And it was a reminder to me that when we are approving developments that are different to our policies, that we set, and when we set a concerning precedent, it undermines the trust that residents place in municipal planning processes. And I think it is a reminder to me as a ward councillor that I do my homework, understand there's always flexibility, listening to the public, but also looking at staff's recommendation and refusal and having that conversation at committee, which was not there. So I will not be supporting the referral going back.
Okay, any other speakers? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So first, colleagues, I'll remind you that we haven't approved a 12-story building. The recommendation is to refer back to staff to work with the developer on reduced heights and density. That was after a communication from the builder saying they're willing, rather than appeal to the OLT, to go back and work with staff more. I think when we start getting into conversations about, you know, speculation on what might be there after that work, I think we're actually getting the cart ahead of the horse. I think we need to let our staff, Ms. McNeely and her team, do their work with the applicant. You know, we hear all the time, oh, zoning, that's not what it was zoned for. The whole reason we have zoning bylaws and a planning committee and staff who evaluate applications is because zoning designations on property are not carved in stone. Any property owner can come forward at any time and ask for a zoning change. That's their right in Ontario. So, well, the public may not feel that people should be able to do that. They would be the first ones to complain if they couldn't on their own property, quite frankly. And so we have to weigh both of those factors. What we've provided here is a direction to staff rather than land at an OLT appeal. You know, I heard speculation a little bit at committee that we should just impose only the townhouses. Again, that wasn't consistent with the application. It wasn't consistent with staff's recommendation. Their recommendation was just refuse it. We didn't discuss that though because we had the opportunity to say, okay, in this case, we're not going to meet the statutory deadline, but the applicant has said they're willing to go back rather than appeal and do a little more work on this. I will say when we talk about low, we have the council reference that it's a low level area. The adjacent property immediately to the south is zoned for 8 stories as of right. That's how it's zoned today. So one property line to the south, 8 stories is allowed. So I think we need to be careful about speculating on what might come forward there in a new iteration from the developer. It's not our role to impose just because we want to see something specific. We've got to stick with our official plan, but we also have to stick with the Planning Act, with the PPS, with the assessments from staff on stormwater management and all those other things. So I just want to caution, when we talk about refusals, when we've got a partner who's willing to go back to the drawing board, have some more discussions with staff, that's probably the path of least resistance for all of us. It really doesn't benefit anybody when we land at the OLT with an appeal. So I want to thank staff for the work they've done so far. I know you're going to continue to have some conversations, and we'll see where that leads when an application comes back, assuming that the applicant is going to make some changes and bring something back. So thank you. And I do encourage colleagues to support the referral. Let both sides have some more time to talk.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, this is the committee's recommendation on the floor. I'm going to open that for voting.
Counselor Stevenson,
I vote yes.
closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, I'd like to book item 13, which is regarding 767 Southdale Road East on the floor, and this request to have this pulled was from Councilor Hillier.
Okay, that's on the floor. I don't know if this is for comment, Councilor Hillier, or you just wanted to vote separately? Okay, just wanted to vote separately. Any comments then? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson votes yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item is item 14 regarding 100 Kellogg Lane, and Deputy Mayor Lewis has requested to pull this.
Okay, that's pulled. Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we had an extensive dialogue at committee on this, colleagues, and we didn't have necessarily, it was an item brought forward by the applicant on the added. There wasn't a lot of a chance to have a discussion about it. This is with respect to the path loss study and the acceptable services for emergency communications. Since Planning Committee, and I voted against the applicant's request at Planning Committee for the clause in the report that discussed a 99-year agreement with the city. Had an opportunity to have a phone conversation with Mr. Mathers, had an opportunity to have a conversation with the applicant, and I'm prepared to move alternate language to clause J, which is a site plan, so it doesn't change the actual bylaw. It's just a matter in site plan. And essentially it removes the 99-year and speaks to the new language would be implement the recommendations from the path loss study to ensure acceptable service levels and establish any required agreements for installation, maintenance, and access to required telecommunications infrastructure to the satisfaction of the city. And so essentially we're removing that 99-year clause and letting staff work with the applicant to come up with an acceptable agreement. And so that's the amendment that I'm looking to move.
I'll look for a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Hopkins willing to second. Great, the amendment is on the floor. You want to speak to the amendment now? Okay.
Yeah, I'll speak right now. I mean, it's a fairly small change. It just opens up the door to a little bit more flexibility in the agreement. I think we all know, I joked at committee with Mr. Fleming in the gallery that only the good die young, so he and I could renegotiate in 99 years, but that I didn't expect the same technology to be in effect in 99 years, and I think that holds true. So I think it's quite reasonable to let the applicant and city staff negotiate a shorter term agreement, recognizing how fast technology is changing today. I don't think we need to put a 99-year clause in there.
Okay, well, 99 years is a long time. I'll say it. The LHSC 150th, I said I was looking forward to what they see after the next 150 years, and I realized that maybe I won't. So All right, so that's the first speaker to the amendment. It's on the floor, moved and seconded. Any other speakers to the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
I want to thank you, the Deputy Mayor, for finding a way forward to supporting the direction that the investors have at 100 Kellogg. The investment at 100 Kellogg is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It's substantially changing kind of the east side of our, I would even almost say the downtown core stretch is almost to that point. Greatly supports the east leg of our higher order transit. And I think it's going to provide a dynamic reshift in how old industrial lands from 99 years ago are able to be repurposed to address what we're facing today in London. I hope this is used as an example of the potential that can be used in other old industrial lands that are no longer used. So thank you.
Any other speakers to this one on the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Plaza.
Thank you. I spoke to this one at committee and I'll speak to it again. Just looking for that I guess came through a committee. There was a original motion for those who didn't join us to remove that wording. Staff highlighted that could cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars if we potentially don't have access. But we did highlight that 99 years might be a little bit prescriptive and longer. I'm fine with it going to staff for them to work out behind the scenes. If they still feel that 98 was the appropriate number, I'm fine with that too. I don't need to, I would say, burn really in the weeds on this one. A little bit disappointed that it was such a transformative project. And we're so much money and a huge investment in London that this really is what we're squabbling about, instead of highlighting the great work that they're doing of the team and what's yet to come for that area of the city. So I'll support it, but a little bit disappointed that this is where we're at.
Okay, any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the Deputy Mayor for finding a way forward on that. It was a request of the investor who's put hundreds of millions, as we said, into the city, and it was an ask on their part. So I'm happy to spend the time giving them what they were looking for. Staff made it very clear at planning that it wasn't needed and that they were able to do what was needed without the direction. So having this amendment, I'm happy to support it and give the comfort to those who needed it, and also honor the request of an organization and a company that's given the city so much.
Okay, that's all the speakers I have. So I'm going to open the amendment for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, Chair, you're willing to move the as amended motion?
I will move the as amended
Sure,
motion.
I'll second that, and then we can proceed with any debate on the as amended motion. See any discussion? Okay, we can open that for voting.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I know we all said thank you very much and all the congratulations and excitement about the big development. I did want to acknowledge we've got a couple of residents who live on the street where the 40-story building is going to go, and I just want to acknowledge them for those who've reached out. There are a few who have some concerns and reasonable concerns, and I will be having discussions to see what, if anything, we can do to alleviate some of those. I also just had a question through you to staff regarding the traffic. It's not something, again, that I want to bring any downside on this amazing development, and the traffic in that area is a concern. The traffic study was 690 pages long, and I noticed, and it was also done prior to when I got elected. So there wasn't a section in there that said that there were 2 intersections where the forecast already said that there were going to be congestion issues. And in the report, it stated that the city wasn't going to be planning to do anything different, and that there was some hope that maybe residents would choose an alternate form of transportation to help alleviate that congestion. So my questions regarding that are, there's two. One is, did we also consider the massive development that's going in at Highbury and Oxford as we did that traffic study? I'm thinking maybe not. And is this something that staff are going to be looking at, is the impact of all of these new developments that we've got coming, and potentially bring to council some suggestions on addressing the congestion ahead of time? Or I can be reaching out to staff to do that through another committee.
I see staff kind of huddling, so Councillor, maybe I'll suggest that, given this is a very specific application, and you've got a question about some wider traffic concerns related to other developments in the area, perhaps at the committee is probably the most appropriate thing to go. I'll see if staff have any comments at this time, but that might be an avenue to deal with it from a wider perspective. But go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, given the cumulative impact and nature of the issue, we would refer it to the master mobility plan process and through committee that way.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll follow up that way.
Okay,
and very excited about the development. Just get to manage all the traffic that's going to draw.
Great, thanks. Any other speakers to this? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, and really briefly, I appreciate colleagues' support on the amendment. I also want us to echo what we've heard already from colleagues to the applicants. The work that has been happening, rejuvenating 100 Kellogg, has been nothing less than world-class. It has been excellent throughout. And while we had this momentary hiccup, glad we could sort it out, because I know that the next phase is going to be just as impactful. We already see, I can tell you from with the Tourism London hat on, the Hard Rock Hotel has been a phenomenal addition to our community already in terms of overnight stays and heads in beds. This is not just a redevelopment of housing, it is an economic driver area. And whether it's the factory, whether it is the beer kitchen, all of the wonderful facilities, the new children's museum, which is absolutely spectacular. This is a destination now in London, Ontario, for all residents of Southwestern Ontario, and I would say, frankly, for all residents of Ontario, and we get US visitors too. Probably more so now than ever, because their dollar gets them a little bit further here than it did a couple years ago, but we'll take their money. So to the applicants, I just want to say, I too am excited about this. I'm glad we were able to sort it out, because I know you're going to deliver another spectacular product here.
I'll turn the chair over to the Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to make a few brief comments on this.
Go ahead, Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, I want to just echo what was said and add, I had the opportunity to be at the Kellogg site multiple times over the years at different openings of different components of the site. I want to say this particular motion before us is really important for the continued development of the site and support of the master vision that they have. I want to also echo what was said at committee. This is pretty important from an employment perspective. These particularly amendments contained within this allow for a really important employer in Oldies Village, Carfax, to maintain a contiguous office space for their employees. It is something that they have received direction from the top to have as one of the components. Without that, without these changes, they're likely to have had the challenge of looking elsewhere for space. It may or may not have been in the city. So this actually allows for that company to stay and grow right here in the heart of our community in a way that is going to be really important from a job maintenance and good jobs perspective. The Hard Rock Hotel, as was mentioned, is just part of the site, and it's hard not to just talk about this piece when you talk about the master plan. I had an opportunity to take Minister Fedeli through the space a little while back, and we met three people just in the lobby there who'd come to the city for the very first time because of that facility. So it is attracting first-time visitors to our city who are then experiencing the magic of the factory and then taking the opportunity to explore other parts of our city. And the minister was quite impressed, even posted on social media about it, promoting it. This is a hotel that is one of the top 10 hotels to see in the world that have opened this year. So it was on an international list. It's quite impressive, and I think it's quick and very easy to ignore the gem that we have there. And council's support of this motion today allows for those continued good news stories to happen at this site. So I encourage everybody to support it. I thank staff for the work, as well as those investing in this space to continue to invest in a really important part of our city.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. I will return the chair to you. I have no one else on the speakers list.
Okay, and I don't see anyone else either, so we'll open this for voting. This is the as amended motion.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. We're down to the last item, number 15, and this is regarding the Hyde Park BIA expansion project. I have personally pulled this because I'd like to put a referral on the floor.
Okay, well, you can put it on the floor and then you can actually make a referral yourself.
Okay.
There's nothing stopping you from doing that, so.
Yeah, so this is in primarily my ward and Councillor Rahman's ward. We've been working very closely with the BIA, and it's been going through various stages of the expansion process. Last week, there was a letter from the BIA suggesting they want to withdraw, and then that letter was rescinded on Friday. Given that, I'd like to have the opportunity to ask the Business Improvement Association what the thought process was behind that, gauge their support. Their support, I believe, is crucial to this project, and if it's not there, I want to know why and make sure. So when I'm referring this back to PEC to have an opportunity to have the BIA appear before PEC, and I don't believe this is, I don't want to see this rushed, so I will look to have this done in Q1 of 2026.
Okay, is there a seconder for that referral? Seeing Councillor Cuddy willing to second it. We're going to get the language up on the screen, but if you want the referrals now on the floor, you can make comments there. I know you've kind of made some comments to referral, but now that it's on the floor, you can make comments to the referral if you'd like, Chair, or I can look for a speakers list.
Yeah, you know, that's, you know, I want to proceed cautiously. I think PEC did as well, the discussion we had there. While we are willing to go to the next step, we did express concern over the amount of feedback we got back. Crucial to that next process for me personally, I know with Councillor Rahman as well, was to reach out to the prospective members as well as the city with the opportunity to vote yay or nay. My concern, there is some concern with the labor actions at Canada Post that that might be impaired in some way. So it would help if we push this farther down into 2026.
Okay, other speakers to this? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I'll just take a moment to, first of all, to Councillor Lehman and Rahman, apologize if I've caused any extra headaches. I reached out to the BIA on the weekend, the executive director, and asked what was happening with the letter to withdraw. I understand since then there's been some communications or miscommunications between board members and the ED, so I can support more time. I do want the board to be, you know, fully informed and on board, whatever that direction is going to be. I do think that we need to also take a careful look at what we're asking for here, and that we're respecting the terms that are laid out in the Municipal Act for Business Improvement Association formations and expansions. I get a little concerned when we start to try and exceed or go beyond what the intent of the Act is. We've seen in other cases that some of those actions by municipalities actually cause the province to take away our ability to do anything more. We've seen that in Bill 17 with the Green Development Standards, for example. So I think we want to be cautious about overreaching beyond the terms of the Act. And I think with that said, again, to the two councillors who have this in their area, my apologies for causing any extra phone calls and headaches that you might have had over the weekend talking to different board members as I was trying to figure out what was going on too. But I think to me, the idea of taking more time to get it right makes a lot of sense.
Any other speakers to this referral? Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair, and appreciate the work that Councillor Lehman and Councillor Rahman have done with this. Just for my own clarity, because I know a few of us have BIAs, just as the Deputy Mayor said, to alleviate confusion, is it possible when these requests come through to have a letter from the board? Because I think some of my confusion was the direction coming from the Executive Director, the board directly? I don't know if it's possible to have like the vote actually recorded and then that provided as part of the letter, but just so we have an understanding of the board and the discussion that actually occurred, just to alleviate any confusion.
Yeah, I think that's probably a follow-up for later. Like, it's kind of a little bit out of scope with this particular motion. I think it's a good suggestion, but maybe you can take that up offline with staff on whether that's something we can do, or if it's necessary, you can bring it through a committee. But right now, we're on the referral of this back. It could be something discussed as part of the referral as well. So I think we'll just stick with the referral as well. Appreciate the comments and suggestions. Anybody else on the referral? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I'm supportive of the referral. Thank you to Councillor Lehman and to Councillor Cuddy for putting this on the floor, as well as the timeline for the referral. I think that this will give us a chance, the BIA, a chance to be able to have further discussion. The letter that came from the BIA was unanimously supported at the BIA, so that was an important piece of the direction. And I think that based on some of the conversations that happened over the weekend, none of them with me, that conversation then went in a different direction. And since that time, I think it's led to some confusion for us as a council as to what the firm direction is that was supported by the BIA membership, board of directors, as to how to proceed. So having more time to address those concerns, I think, is imperative. The other component of this, I think, again, is just recalibrating. There's a number of things on the BIA's work plan as well that need to be considered. And so being mindful of the workload as well, wanting to make sure that we have time for a discussion to ensure that the workload is prioritized. So thank you for that.
Any other speakers? Okay, the referral's on the floor. No other speakers. We're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0, noting that Councillor Van Meerbergen has left the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes the 14th report. Back.
Okay, it's been 3 hours and 5 minutes. I wonder if I could entertain someone making a motion for a 10 or 15-minute break, whatever you think. 10. Anyone want to make a motion? No? No? All right. No, let's... All right, no one's making a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I couldn't hear you over here. Is that a motion for a break?
No, I'm asking if anybody wanted to. It's been 3 hours, and we have staff here who
I'll
also
move a
could use a
motion
break.
for a 10-minute break.
Okay, 10 minutes, seconded by McAllister. All right, we better... we're going to do it in the system, okay? So this will be a vote for a 10-minute break. I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 9-5.
All right. That's what we'll go to. Okay, please be seated. Okay, we just concluded the Planning and the Environment Committee report. We're on to the SPPC report. I will turn it over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am pleased to put the 11th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee on the floor. I have not had any requests to have items pulled for separate vote. So unless there are any now, I will move all items.
Would anybody like anything separate from the SPPC report? Seeing none?
I'll move the entire report.
Okay, the entire report's on the floor. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. We'll go to the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I would like to put items 1, 2, and 4, and 5, as I've not had requests to pull any of those items forward to the committee, or sorry, to council for consideration at this time.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 4, and 5 altogether. Does anybody have any issues with that? No? Okay, Councilor Rahman's moving that. Any discussion on 1, 2, 4, or 5? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you. I'll look to put item 3, 2.1, the design contract price increase for Wellington Gateway Transit and Municipal Infrastructure Improvements forward to council for discussion. And
Okay, that's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson votes no.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
thank you. That concludes my report.
Okay, great. We're on to the 13th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Turn it over to Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. I am pleased to report the 13th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I have some poll requests. Councillor Van Meerbergen pulled one, but I believe he is no longer in chambers. Okay. I still have a poll request for Councillor Stevenson. That's item 3, item 4, and item 5 from the report. So I'd be prepared to move a motion, items 1, 2, 6 through 9.
Okay, 1, 2, and 6 through 9. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah? Are you just looking to comment, or you want something separate? Yeah, well, I'll get to comments in 1 second for you after. So you're willing to put the, it looks like you can put that on the floor, 1, 2, and 6 through 9? Okay, that's on the floor by the chair. Now I'll look for comments on those items. Councillor Trossau.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'd like to not pull for an amendment or a vote, but just sort of make a few comments about the Aziz Sarnia Western Road. This has been a long process. This came to us in our first year of City Council, and I think we had the first, not the predecessor of the group that's here today from USC, but I think your predecessor's predecessor was here talking to us about that a couple of years ago. And here we are 2 years later, and we're finally making some good progress, some very needed progress. There are some very, very dangerous situations at this intersection, and first and foremost, and the most important thing, is that those dangerous situations be fixed. And the plan is that they are going to be fixed, and I'm very pleased about that. Particularly the extension of the bike lanes and the remedying of the very, very dangerous situation on Philip Aziz Road, not to mention some of the other improvements. Having said that, I do want to express my concern, somewhat dissatisfaction with the way in which the issue of the pedestrian scramble was dealt with. I'm not pulling that for a separate vote. I'm very happy to allow this to proceed as it is. But as we discussed at the committee, the question of what is the appropriate criteria, what are some of the guidelines, and when is and when is not a scramble appropriate is something that needs to come back to CAPS committee at some point. I don't think it's necessary for me to make that as a motion because there was a general agreement at the committee that that is something that would happen. I just want it understood that this does not constitute a decided matter of council in terms of never talking about the scramble again this term. I do intend to bring it back for discussion, and what I'll be looking for is what are the criteria for a good scramble. And with that, I'm going to be supporting the motion. I really want to thank USC for your diligent participation in this process over the years. I want to say over the years because this is not the first time they've been here. And your letters have always been very, very helpful. They're much appreciated. And I hope this was a great council meeting for you to sit through because I know you just came for this and here you are at the end. So I want to acknowledge our friends from campus. So thank you very much. And I will be supporting this and I didn't know it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other comments on all of the items before us? Councillor Rahman, sorry.
Thank you, through you. I had a question regarding, I guess it's not a question, it's more of a comment regarding 3.1, sorry. It's the 5th report of the Environmental Stewardship and Action Community Advisory Committee. There are some items in there that are listed as be requested, and I'm not sure, a lot of them are to civic administration. And I'm just wanting clarification on what that means if we receive it. Does it mean that we are approving those requests to get the information back to from civic administration? I'm just looking for clarification on that.
Go ahead. I don't know who's going ahead. Someone made eye contact. And then they turned away when I said, go ahead. The city manager has it. You have to jump in when no one jumps in because you're the leader. So let the city manager
Thank you,
respond.
Worship, through you. And I may phone a friend by asking the clerk to ask to connect in on this one. I think when they come forward as recommendations, I think if council wants to pull specific recommendations from that agenda, or sorry, from those minutes and direct us to take action on them or report back, we would do that. But at this point in time, I believe, my understanding is it's being received as a report for information only. So unless there's specific direction, we would receive it that way as well.
We're going to do the clerk confirming thing that you suggested, so. So I'm going to have the clerk respond to this because there are recommendations in this that do make decisions. And so the report, when you look at the actual motion, if you click on 8, you will see like an actual series of actions that are that come from the committee's report. And we can separate any one of those and change them, amend them, do some, not do others. But there are decisions being made as part of these reports. I'll let the clerk confirm that.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's correct. Committee voted on a series of actions with respect to the Environmental Stewardship and Action Community Advisory Committee, and a number of those items are specific action items. It was passed 5-0, I believe. Yes.
Thank
go ahead.
you. Thank you, and through you. So there are requests to civic administration for particular actions, specifically reports. I want to know by accepting what's here, because I didn't pull it, because I wanted, and that's why I should have actually pulled it to see clarity. I'm sorry about that. If I'm agreeing to direct civic administration, because it just says receive. So I just need clarity because I'm not comfortable without understanding the work plan of civic administration on just approving all of these items writ large until I understand the scope of the work that's required here and why they are coming in this direction, because my understanding of how our working groups work and how we'd like them to work going forward is that the direction of the work comes from the committee instead of the opposite way, which it's now coming in. So I just want clarification on that.
So I'm going to help try to provide some clarity to this, that Councilor Rahman's raising. If you actually click on the 13th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee, item 8, 3.1, the 5th report, you will see a motion that says that the following actions be taken with respect to the 5th report. And then there's A through I, and I has, or A through F, and then F has several subcomponents. Actually, and then there's a G clause that is just receive some things. So those are all actions being taken. For example, civic administration would be requested to undertake a study to identify costs. Civic administration, if we approve this, would go and do that the way that it's worded in the motion right now. So I see our staff looking to maybe comment, and then I'm gonna go to the clerks, and we may have to pull this out separate. You know, we're gonna work on doing that anyways, but I'll go to civic administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just get some information from our very helpful staff here. It's my understanding that this report from the 5th report of the Environmental Stewardship and Action Community Advisory Committee was received at the CAPS Committee, was directed as is identified in the agenda. I am not aware of the breadth of the discussion at the committee level, but I will say to you that this is a significant amount of work that's being requested, and a number of recommendations for civic administration to do a fair number of pieces of work. There are no timelines identified towards that, but clearly we would need to take this back if council decides to move this forward and look at the reality of what this would mean in terms of getting this information back. But it is a sizable amount of information and work to do.
The colleagues want this separated? Yeah, okay, we're gonna separate this out. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I don't know that we have the time to actually parse out each individual piece and then go through debate and discussion on each individual piece of what is in here that is under civic administration be requested. There's also some components of this which I'm not clear on. For instance, a request to contact committee members to schedule informal get-togethers in 2025 if there's any quorum issues or anything else of that matter. I'm wondering if we find another way forward so that,
Perfect. What I'm going to do is stop you now. I'm going to pull this separate. We will have this as a separate item. If colleagues would like to refer it back to the committee and ask them to parse it out and go through it in more detail, we could do that. But we'll do that at the time. Now that we've pulled it out, I want to kind of just stick to the motion of consent that is before us, which now does not include this item. And then when we get to this item, I think you can make some super thoughtful comments like you were on your way to doing. So that means this item is not in there. So 8 is not in the series of motions that the chair is putting forward. It'll be excluded like the others. So we've just got the components that the chair was putting on the floor. Is there any discussion on those components? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Mayor, I
Yeah.
did have a poll request for 4 from Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you for that.
Yes, so the motion is that the 13th report of the Community Protective Services be approved with the exception of items 3, 4, 5, and 8.
Oh, okay, thanks, Mayor, sorry.
Okay.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so those items passed. I'll now look to you, Chair, to put the next item on the floor.
And thank you, Mayor. The next item on the floor is item 3. That's 2.2 of the committee report, London's Newcomer Strategy, Choose London, Innovative, Vibrant and Global, 2024-2028, and London Newcomer Survey by London and Middlesex Local Immigration Partnership.
Okay, so that's on the floor, and it is an item to be received, so I'll look for any speakers to this. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. So next would be item 4. That's 2.5 of the committee report, project and funding agreement for construction or renovation for licensed childcare and early years programs as it relates to bill number 341. I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers to this. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions through you to staff. There's 2 reserve funds identified as the source of financing, and I'm wondering what the balances are in those funds.
Go ahead, Ms. Burpon.
Thank you, through the chair. So the Childhood and Early Childhood Development Reserve Fund has a balance of approximately just a little more than $5.2 million. The other item that the councillor referred to is not a reserve fund. It is it's actually the annual operating budget that was approved through the multi-year budget. It's approximately $1.6 million used to support the addition of new childcare spaces. So part of that's already been committed so far this year. From an operating perspective, they've got about $600,000 to $700,000 that's already been committed to date.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And the reserve fund of $5 million, from what I can see, it was part of the previous multi-year budget. And I just wondered if this, the use of this is consistent with what was originally proposed in that multi-year budget. Was capital funding for the new centers the original intent?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. The spending of these funds is in accordance with the bylaw that has governs that reserve fund as approved by council.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. But in that multi-year budget, 2019 to 2023, there was 1.1 million a year set aside. And there was, there's this little bit of a blurb about what was intended to be done with that funding and the strategic plan. And I'm just wondering, is this use of it the way it was originally proposed and funded?
I think the difference in the question is the councillor's asking a question about the original allocation of the funds in the multi-year budget, although it's in a reserve fund that has parameters on how the reserve fund can be spent now. I guess, is there a difference between those two things?
Through your worship, so the reserve fund is governed by the bylaw. That was not set up through the multi-year budget. That has contribution, that fund is governed specifically through the use and all the balances under the approved reserve fund bylaw that governs that fund. The annual operating dollars that were set aside are municipal dollars that are operating on an annual basis for which the budget was set to fund the expansion of new childcare spaces. So funding from the reserve fund is being done in accordance with the bylaw that governs the reserve fund, and the funding from the municipal budget is being spent in accordance with the amount that the business case had approved and in accordance with the terms of that business case to set up for new spaces. So hopefully that clarifies the two separate pieces. And so one will continue and is set every single year, which is the operating. The reserve fund balance carries over, and that reserve fund bylaw covers how that use is done.
Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think that does help. Then I guess my question is, where did the 5 million in the reserve fund originate? Has it just been there for a really long time, or when did that money come in? And then the other question is, I saw there is a strategic plan and everything for childcare, and in that previous year multi-year budget, there was talk of, the municipality having to put 20% towards the capital funding. I guess I have two questions. Where did the $5 million come from? And the other one is, was this part of the strategic plan to do this capital funding of daycare centers? Because I know we have a strategic plan that goes to 2028. And is this project that we're being asked to fund, was that part of that strategic plan?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Chair, I don't have the detailed breakdown of where those funds came from to the reserve fund handy. I believe a lot of it was from ministry funding that was able to be reallocated into a reserve for future development. As far as the strategic plan goes, yes, this directly aligns with our goals to develop sustainable childcare and expand childcare spaces. It also allows us to adequately address unmet needs in terms of service delivery across an ever-changing platform and regulations. So as we look at unmet needs for different operators or specific childcare populations, that is what this reserve fund is intended to. And as council has approved through the MYB and through our bylaws, we are not straying from those approvals.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for that. If it was in the report, I apologize, I didn't see it, but is there a maximum that's allowed per applicant?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I'll start this response, and I have Ms. Glover, our Director of Childcare and Early Years, on the call as well on Zoom. If we were to apply this funding, or when we apply this funding, we would be looking to evaluate any potential projects against the local criteria, our expansion goals, as well as the proximity to licensing if an organization is not already a licensed provider, and the likelihood that projects could be developed and completed on time. So to do that, we would also look at the amount of funding that's being requested to ensure that we don't exacerbate or empty the reserve fund, given our requirements to maintain a balance in that reserve fund, and also not stray outside of our expansion growth commitments that we've made elsewhere. So we don't have a set maximum, but we do anticipate that projects are being evaluated based on other access to capital through private lending or through other sources, and that should we need to contribute, it would be more of a last resort, and we would do so based on a number of criteria.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. I think my last question is, will there be any report back to council at any point in terms of who got the money and how much, and how, the success rate of what that funding created?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Your Worship, typically we don't report back on on what success rates are if we're entering into a contract and we move into the administrative function of managing that contract. If it's for a capital build, we work through the province on ensuring that capital build gets licensed and those approvals are in place and the childcare space is open on time. Should council wish to see a report back on this particular program, we would seek your direction to do so.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So there'll be no report back even like as to who and how much was given to each person out of that $5 million?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, your worship, we're seeking council direction to have the authority to enter into these funding agreements. If council would like a report back on these various agreements, then we would seek council direction to do that.
Councillor Stevenson. You're muted.
Thank you. Speaking for myself, I would want a report back at some point showing where the $5 million was allocated. I'm not going to move a motion right now. If one of my colleagues feels the same way, that would be great. Otherwise, I will just be voting no.
Okay, any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to open this for voting.
Councillor Stevenson votes no.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that leaves us with the last item that, or second last item that was pulled. So that leaves me to put, just a second.
Item 5, 2.6.
Yeah. Item 5, 2.6, and that is the Interim Housing Assistance Program, IHAP Agreement 2025-2027 as it relates to Bill number 342.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I have an amendment that I circulated. It's just to get the executed contract to come back, similarly to what we did with the federal funding in the spring. I can read it out.
Yeah, if it wasn't on the public agenda, which I don't think it was, I know you circulated it, but yeah, read it out so the public knows what it is.
That the motion be amended to include a new part that reads as follows. C, the Civic Administration be directed to bring forward to a future meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee the executed agreement between the Government of Canada as represented by the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration and the City of London relating to Canada's grant under the Interim Housing Assistance Program, IHAP.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder for that. Okay, I don't see a seconder, so that motion won't land on the floor. So there's no motion without a seconder, Councillor.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so this is on the floor. Any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Councillor Stevenson votes no.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Councillor Ferrer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe this is the last one that was pulled. This is item 8 of the Council Agenda, 3.1 of the report, the 5th report of the Environmental Stewardship and Action Community Advisory Committee. I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, so this is on the floor. I will look for speakers on this one. This is the one that we pulled from the consent before. Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I'm looking for guidance perhaps from the clerk on how to split this, but basically the way I am reading this is that everything up until F seems to be things that were at the committee for discussion that are either going back to the committee or something of that nature. F then speaks to things that I believe are requesting direction, And therefore, and the other thing that I'm trying to assess at this point is, in my opinion, everything in F relates to Planning and Environment Committee, and this was heard at CAPS. So I'm trying to understand where PEC had a chance to weigh in on this item or these reports. So I'm not sure what to do at this point, because I'm either happy to refer it back to PEC or to deal with those items right now and receive it but not take no action.
Yeah, so there's lots of options available. I would say we can refer to any committee, and you're right, the content of F certainly would align with the, just in quick consultation with the clerk, with the planning committee's terms of reference. The planning committee could decide what to do on this at that point. They could accept some, they could change some, they could decide to take no action on some. You could also make that decision now and take no action on them at this point and just receive them. But so there's a couple of options at your disposal, but there's nothing precluding you from referring just F out of this to another committee.
I think I'd like to hear from my colleagues before I move on that.
Okay, well, what I would just caution you is, if a colleague is supportive of doing that, you can't really hear your colleagues and get back on the speakers list at council. So if you're going to give up the chair, you're basically saying, I want to hear from colleagues, and then someone perhaps take an action on this, because you'd be giving up your ability to take some action at this time.
I'm counting on the fact I'll be able to speak on an amendment.
Okay, all right. So any other speakers on this then? Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. For F, I can see where the councillor is coming from. If she's looking for a seconder to refer it to F, I guess actually the councillor sat down. So
Yeah. Well, she's looking for a mover now, so.
Okay, I do believe that some of these items are important to discuss. I was just going through it, and I do remember looking at the items here. If it needs to go to PEC, I would move it to refer to PEC for more fulsome discussion. I'm good with that, so I'll move that.
Okay. What's the point of order, Councillor? Point of order, go ahead first.
The point of order is, if these items are within the proper jurisdictional purview of the terms of reference of this committee, then this committee acted appropriately, and it was sent to the right committee of jurisdiction. And CAPS accepted this and voted for it. So I guess my question, what my point is this within the scope of this advisory committee? Because if it is, I don't think we need to refer it to another committee, because we're the jurisdictional committee.
So, Councillor, so it's a point of order. So from an order perspective, this, even though it came through committee, is now in the hands of council as a body. And council as a body can choose what action to take on this, including referring to other committees for discussion. If even referring to committees that don't have that scope and mandate, you just notwithstanding the procedure bylaw. In this case, this is a committee that does report through the CAPS committee. There's nothing stopping council from referring components of it to another committee that may have a mandate that may include these items. And so there's, in my opinion, nothing out of order with the councillor's proposed motion, and I'm going to proceed looking for a seconder. But that doesn't also mean that there was anything wrong with the way it came through in the first place. But once it becomes the hands of this decision-making body, we have the ability to take an action such as the councillor is proposing.
I don't believe that I've started my speaking on this yet.
Yeah, and I don't even have a seconder yet for the motion, because you did a point of order. Point of order is dealt with. Councillor McAllister is willing to second the referral. The referral's on the floor. I'm going to see if Councillor Ferreira wants to say anything at this time. You don't have to, but you can. Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think there's some important stuff here. There does look like an overlap between the two committees' responsibilities. The reason that I would look to see it go to PEC is because I do see some items in here that may be in line with PEC. I don't know fully how they would be in line, because I can't remember the PEC's, I guess, terms of reference. But considering that I do see some items there, I do think it's appropriate. At the same time, it was appropriate coming to CAPS, because I do see some areas that CAPS overlaps on this as well. I think this is an important motion, because if you look really at, with our expansion of the...
Okay, Councillor, the motion is a referral now, so really important motion if you're talking about the content of the referral. That's not really within scope. What's in scope right now is should we refer this to the committee you're suggesting? So if you keep your comments tight to that, happy to let you continue.
All right, yes, I think we should. There's some important items here. We are on the verge of doing some new things when it comes to the urban growth boundary. So as councillors read through this, I would believe that you would see some of the important aspects of it as well. So it does merit some more discussion, I think, and decision.
Other speakers to this referral? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So first, Your Worship, through you to Civic Administration, when is our, remind me if you can, our deadline for final decisions on urban growth boundary changes?
Okay, I'm going to deem that relevant to the referral because of the content piece, and that information may be relevant to the place of referral and the timeline of referral. So, Mr. Mathers, go ahead.
Through Your Worship, it's Q4 2025.
Go ahead.
So that's before December 31st of this year. Okay, thank you. That's important to me because it's important as to the reason why I'm not supportive of the referral. My preferred course of action here is to receive and take no action. And if it goes to Planning and Environment Committee, that's the motion I'll be making there. As Ms. Datersbeer indicated, there's a considerable amount of work involved in these requests for study, and I'm not prepared to support them. When we start looking at, and again, the reason why I can't even support the referral, FI starts talking about doing this before the 2028 development charges study. And I just would ask through you to staff, Mr. Mathers or Ms. Barbone, I'm not sure which one. I know you both have a hand in the development charges background study. When do we have to make a decision on that?
Okay, the timing on that decision. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So we need to have a new development charge bylaw that is effective Jan 1, 2028. So the master plans are currently underway right now. When those are all complete, which will be close to the end of the year, next year will be the development of the background study itself, which will inform the bylaw that will come forward early in 2027 to start the public discussion about that. So we're starting to run into the timelines that are coming up quickly.
Yeah, so with respect to those timelines, with respect to a number of things that we've seen both provincially and in our own choices around development charges, and this is particularly why I can't support FI. We already have significant limits on what we can impose development charges for, and every development charge we impose is also increasing the cost of housing. To spend time asking for a study on mitigating wildlife vehicle collisions is, to me, something that the referral is going to put us past some of the deadlines which we need to meet. So for that reason, that's why FI is out. As far as FII and FIII, FII is looking for information for the past 25 years. With respect to referring this to a committee, I don't frankly see the relevance of asking our staff for 25 years worth of land parcel history on decisions we're making moving forward.
Okay.
So I'm not going to support the referral. If the referral passes, I won't be supporting it at PEC. If the referral doesn't pass, then I'm going to look to move to receive and take no action.
Okay, on the referral, any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
I was originally, through the chair, not keen on the referral because I thought that this was properly brought to a committee on our agenda, and it was properly dealt with in a committee. What's come out today, thanks to some of the things that have been said, including Councillor Ferreira, is that there's overlapping jurisdiction here, which is something that we inevitably are going to have. And the best way to deal with this is not say, oh, this is complicated, this is asking for a lot of work. Let's have the PEC look at it. Now, PEC, of course, as an independent committee, can do what they want with this. They can look at this and make the same motion. You may do that, in which case it will come back to council, in which case maybe that will dispose of it. Maybe we'll be going around in circles. I don't know. So it goes from the advisory committee to the committee of jurisdiction to council to PEC, back to council. So yeah, that's okay if that's what our process has to be. But I want to stress one thing here. We've asked this advisory committee to roll up their sleeves and do some hard work. Some hard work that we don't always have time to do at committee. And they've done that. And I want to commend them for that. And I want to make sure that their work is not just sort of discarded because it's too complicated. So I'm going to support the referral at this point. I'm going to stand with my committee chair. And I just think that there are some really important points, environmental points that are raised. And by the way, this is the Environmental Advisory Committee.
Sure. The referral, Counselor.
So I want to go ahead and support the referral at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Any other tight to the referral? I'll go to Counselor Lehman and then Counselor Hopkins.
It's precisely for that reason that I will not be supporting the referral. I see it will be just cycled back here. I agree with everything Deputy Mayor Lewis said. The staff is under tremendous pressure on a number of fronts right now. If the advisory committee wants to take action on these things, I suggest they dig in and do some more work, and they can present their findings to the committee or to staff.
On the referral, Counselor.
Okay. That is why I'm not supporting referral.
Listen, I'm cutting people off because we're kind of debating the merits of these components. The referral means there's a suggestion to go somewhere and have these discussions, and some things are linked to the referral. I'm kind of keep it tight, but we're not debating the merits of these components. There's a motion to refer. So, Councillor Hopkins, you're next.
On the motion to refer, if you are not supporting the referral, I would suggest you take out IV, which would be to receive the working group's report. IV, FIV.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has an objection. Like, we referred all of F, but IV is really just the working group report be received. So is there any, I'll just look for consensus. Can we pull that piece out and still receive that? Okay, I see no objections to that. It's a motion of council by unanimity. That piece will be just removed and we can still pass just the
Sorry,
attached.
just a point of order, Your Worship. Clause G actually references receiving other clauses. So if FIV is specific to just clause F, I'm trying, like, we've got to be received in 2 clauses in a row here. So can we please get some clarity? Because I have no problem receiving A through E.
So there's a working group and then there's the advisory committee. So the advisory committee accepted the report of the working group. So that's what that piece is. That's why there's a little bit of repetition there. The other pieces are receiving, G is receiving the work of the advisory committee. FIV is receiving the work of the working group. So that's why it's different. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to pull that out because there's no problem receiving the work of the working group, recognizing that. The other pieces of I think, are on the floor for referral, or sorry, F. So FI, FII, FIII. Those are the components that are being referred. That's fine. Okay, any others on the referring of those pieces? Okay, let's open the referral for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 7-7.
Okay, so those pieces are not referred. So they're still part of the whole thing that's on the floor. Councillor Ferreira, you made a referral. Okay, Councillor Ferreira, you moved right to referral, so you can still speak if you want. You don't have to do that right now, but you moved right to the referral, so you can still speak on the main motion if you like.
Thanks, Mayor. So, yeah, I will speak to the merits of F, I guess. I'll focus in on that. You know, we're expanding our urban growth boundary, and there is natural heritage corridors that are required for that because we would be potentially isolating different pockets of the environment with the infrastructure that we're going to be eventually building there. So this is something that we're trying to do beforehand to make sure that we do have those corridors open so we can have that, I guess, permeability for movement of wildlife within those new areas that are going to be captured in this. So this, in my opinion, this is a perfect time to be doing this. I understand it's tight, but the committee or the working group have done most of the work on this. If you look at the report, they have identified the areas where it would work the most, and it would be a very low amount of work for staff because the bulk of the work has already been done. And this is just to ensure that we do have those natural heritage corridors opened up, to ensure that we do have wildlife able to move around, so we don't isolate that into little pockets of the environment. And then in that case, when you have that isolation of the wildlife that live in the area, you know, they are kind of set up to die. So this is something that we're trying to do to mitigate that, and we're trying to make sure that those paths are connected. Doing this work right now before we actually open that up is very important. I think this is the perfect time to do that. So I would say for those who don't support it, please support it, knowing that. And the report does have the bulk of the information done already there. So there wouldn't be that much work for staff to do because most of it's already done. That would be for pretty much the whole part. So it's an important motion. It's definitely something that we should be doing, and considering that we're on the verge of actually doing this work with the expansion of the urban growth boundary, what other time are we going to be able to do this? Because at some point, we're going to have this discussion again, and I would hate to have this discussion and have it highlighted that we have these isolated pockets of wildlife in the area that we've just expanded out to, and now we're at risk of potentially losing the environment, potentially. And this is a little bit higher level, but potentially a species. I just don't want to put anything at risk. So what other time is there to do this? I think if we do this later in the game, it's going to cost us more. It's going to be harder to plan. It's going to take more time. This is the time to do this. So I would ask for your support on this.
Deputy Mayor Lewis, you're next on the list.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to get right to the point. I'm going to move that FI through FII be received and take no action.
So I'll say, no, that's not the way to handle this. FI to III is actions. We're at council. It can be voted on separately. If we vote it down, we're taking no action on it, and it's a decided matter of council. So it doesn't, you don't need, like at a committee, you would do receive and take no action. Here, it's already before us, so you just vote against F. And then that is a decision.
Okay, I'll follow your guidance on that.
Okay, so F can be called separate, and then by voting against it, those things will not happen. Okay?
Okay, so we're on the whole main motion then.
We're on the whole thing right now.
Okay.
And I will call F, the three components of F that people want called separate, we'll call those separate as a separate vote.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, then I'll speak to the main motion.
You can speak to the main motion. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm still going to focus my comments on F. The earlier pieces of the report, I don't have any objections to. You know, the communications with PAWS, the information received. I am a little concerned about Clause B and the informal get-togethers. I think that has to be something that the clerk follows up with the advisory committee chair on, though, to make sure that that's done appropriately and that we're not advancing the business of an advisory committee outside of an advisory committee meeting. But I trust the clerk to follow up appropriately with expectations of the advisory committees around that. I will say with F, you know, respectfully, I disagree with what Councillor Ferreira was saying. I think that this is a lot of work on civic administration. Civic administration can look at what the advisory committee has submitted, but they would have to undertake their own professional independent reviews of this information, as well as seek other information outside. I've already touched on when I did not support the referral. I would not be supporting adding to the development charges and adding to the cost of housing, which is already phenomenally high in our city right now. With respect to concerns about environmental management, you know, every single planning application that comes before PEC has an evaluation from our ecology staff. We have environmental guidelines, which provide for buffer setbacks, those sorts of things as development occurs. We certainly cannot, under the Development Charges Act, impose development charges for the acquisition of parklands, which means we couldn't impose DCs that allow us to start buying land to make connections. So when we start talking about lands where fragmentation might happen, if we don't own the land already, it's going to happen. And we're not in a position to buy the land. We can take mitigation measures, which we do through ecological studies. Where wetlands are involved, the Upper Thames has Section 28 processes. There are checks and balances in place on that already. And so for those reasons, I cannot support these requests. We are asking staff to do a tremendous amount of work on something that is really not appropriate at this time, and particularly as it's being tied to the urban growth boundary review, which we have to move forward on. And we've already talked about the deadlines and the development charges study and the background work on that as well. So to me, this is an advisory committee that's provided us some information, but to request civic administration to take further action to move these forward, I'm not interested in tasking them with that. I want them to finish the work that they're doing on the urban growth boundary. We need to make our decision this year, and that's why I will not be supporting any of the clauses FI through FII.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Trosa, on the main motion.
Yes, on the main motion, the advisory committee is not asking this body to do something at this point. The CAPS committee, which adopted the advisory committee report, a standing committee of this council, is asking this committee to do something. And the question is, now that we're at the merits, wildlife crossings, underpasses, exclusionary fencing, transportation planning, these are important points. I'm not going to ask for a step into a closed legal session now to talk about what our environmental obligations are, but it's something that we should consider. The fact that this advisory committee has caught and has called to our attention some important points does not detract from the importance of what that advisory committee did. And once again, I'm grateful to them. And this is a function of the special expertise that we have on these committees. And I'm grateful that we have this special expertise. But let's not make the mistake of saying, well, this came from an advisory committee, and I'm not interested in that as much. This came from a council committee. The vote on this was 5-0. This was duly on our agenda, and it was properly on our agenda. And it wasn't objected to. So I'm having a little bit of difficulty, and I think maybe people need to take, when you see a report of an advisory committee on a committee agenda, maybe that needs to be read just as carefully as if it was coming from a staff report. So I think we should not show, I want to just make sure that we don't disrespect the process here. The process here is the advisory committee, quite appropriately, came to a standing committee, made recommendations. The standing committee accepted those recommendations. There was a suggestion that we refer it, that lost. But at this point, we have to deal with the merits. So I'm in favor of the work that the advisory committee has done. And while I was willing to refer it, I think at this point, we have no choice but to accept it. So I'll be voting yes on this, and I would urge everyone else to do so. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know, we've been here a while and I'm just getting tired, so trying not to come across crispy. I'm grateful for all the work that all the advisory committees do. I'll highlight them in the next upcoming meeting of PEC. There will be things in there for urban growth boundary review. My question on this specifically, as there's things in F that I appreciate that's within their scope and they're passionate about it. Personally, building underpasses, not really on my radar, and looking for the 25-year history of agricultural property owned by the city and the ownership over those 25 years. A little bit, I know I have the W12A landfill and right of first refusal for purchase. So I know a bunch of stuff that happened in my ward. So not interested in those longstanding staff reports, realizing our time is limited and our window is narrowing for decision-making. What I am interested to learn and know is some of their issues that they do raise in this within specifically F for those natural connection corridors for wildlife, having already heard from our Indigenous neighbor First Nations that when we do certain planning, it pushes wildlife out into their area and they could have, we'll say coyotes, just getting pushed further into the reserves in the First Nations because that was our planning decisions and that's what we did. And if there's any ESA lands, as the staff makes those decisions of what comes in, what stays out, and how not to part things out, how are those decisions made? Looking at, is some of this already in your realm of consideration that regardless of what we do with F, it's already part of the thought process, or was this something that hadn't been considered prior? Through you to staff, please.
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, maybe be helpful just talk a little bit the order of operations for the urban growth review. So currently there hasn't been any decisions made as far as where the urban growth boundaries is going to be located. There's some draft mapping and that's what this group was looking at. They looked at that draft mapping and they have an appendix that this refers to specifically that's in their report. Those areas may or may not be in the UGB depending on the decisions of council. Possibly that is this November or December. So they'll have that opportunity to make those choices. Once those lines are established, we're bringing forward neighborhood plans on a site-by-site basis that would look at how these areas are going to be serviced, how they're going to function from a transportation perspective, natural heritage, and as an opportunity to look at all of these aspects as well during that time. And it would be very much methodical and thoughtful in its approach and what's brought forward to council ultimately. And also be very much tied into the development charges process. And that would also highlight the areas that we'd be looking at providing for studies and reports in those pieces. So as I think there's a lot of great work that's been done here. It just, you may want to consider about when's the appropriate time to do that. And once you've made that urban growth boundary decision and you're getting into these neighborhood plans, those are the time periods when you can really have some very specific looks at these lands and be able to bring forward a thoughtful plan moving forward.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. I guess this is where I'm struggling. I appreciate Mr. Mather's thought process of this might not be the right time, wait till the maps come back and you can see the actual parcels that we're dealing with. And then as the ward councillors, we'll have community input at that time and our own expertise and knowledge of that area coming back. I'm interested in the subject matter they're trying to get at for the thoughtfulness of the connectivity of the land and the process and what we might be affecting. My hesitation is the large studies. I don't need them, and I think it's a little bit too much, as Deputy Mayor Luce would say, the cart before the horse on this one, not knowing what lands exactly we're speaking of. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers on this? And I will call those three components of F separately. Oh, Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, Your Worship, I do have one question just listening to the debate. So by not supporting F, are we delaying the working group to look at future neighborhoods and having those conversations, like Mr. Mathers commented on? Are we delaying that for 1 year by not supporting F, is my question.
I think, Mr. Mathers, you commented on this earlier. If you just clarify that piece a little bit.
Through your worship, I think there's still a lot of great work that this committee could do, providing commentary back related to the urban growth boundary expansion. So it shouldn't delay anything. They should still be able to do that work. And of course, if they provide those comments, it might be something that we bring forward in next year or 2 years from now. But I think it's really good to at least gather that information, provide it to staff so we can consider it.
Well, I'll be supporting F. I don't want to create delays going forward, so thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, so
Point of
Yes.
order question.
Yes, sure.
Sorry. And I don't know, I guess I'm sorry, not sorry for this, because rather deal with it now than finding out something happened later. So if we're talking about F, we'll use 2 as an example. That civic administration be requested to develop a broader natural heritage connectivity plan for the lands in the west end to be moved inside the urban growth boundary. So if we vote no now, come those times when Mr. Mathers and his staff bring forward that report and we see that there is things in the west end, should we decide it would be great to have this natural heritage connectivity plan, would it be deemed out of order because it was already decided matter of council not to do it? Sorry, like I said, really in the weeds, but procedurally wanting to make sure we're on the same page.
So I'm going to try to be clear on this. So the clerk and I have conferred, and the short answer is no, it won't. And I'll tell you why. Is because it's civic administration should be requested to undertake this study right now. So they wouldn't do that. Civic administration would be requested to develop a broader natural heritage connectivity plan under those parameters. So they wouldn't do that right now. Or requested to provide an updated map, and so they're not going to do that. But as Mr. Mather said, this process is iterative. The boundaries haven't been set. If at a certain point in time there is engagement with the community and they say, we need to do some natural heritage work in this component of the plan, that wouldn't stop them from doing that. Staff just aren't going to at this time develop this broader connectivity plan and move it inside the urban growth boundary and then protect it under the London Plan environmental policy. So it's a very specific actions being taken, but as Mr. Mather's identified, there's a whole bunch of other actions that could be taken in consultation with the subdivision level work and even the work of the urban growth boundary once they're set that could be in order and not be subject to a decided matter of council given the way that this is currently worded.
Thank you, I'm satisfied with that.
Clerk says I said that right, so that's good. So we're just going to get F out of the way first, because then we can just say the balance of the report. So we're going to do FI, II, and III. And so this is as it came through committee. So I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion fails 4-10.
Okay, and on everything else, we'll put that on the floor. And we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Trusso. Noted, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
And that concludes the 13th report of the Community Protective Services Committee. Thanks.
All right, we're on to audit. Councillor Pelosi, go ahead.
Thank you. Always a great time at audit. This was the third report of the audit committee. Just letting everyone know, we had 3 of 5 members present. We still had quorum. Of the items, I've been asked to pull number 4 being 4.3, the housing and homelessness value for money audit from MNP, as one of the members would like to vote a different way.
Sure, so you want to put 1 to 3 on the floor. Everybody okay with 1 to 3 altogether? Okay, great. The chair moves that. Any comments on 1 to 3? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
I had my hand up.
Sorry, go ahead on 1 to 3.
Okay, thanks. Just a quick comment that there was a fair bit of discussion around scope and setting scope and what role council and the audit committee would or should have in terms of setting scope to make sure that the reports that we get back are meaningful and what we're looking for and what the public is expecting from those. So anybody who's interested can go back and watch that audit committee. I won't repeat them here, but I did appreciate the discussion.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, we'll open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you. I'll now put number 4, being the housing and homelessness value for money audit, on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. This one, I did put a submission into the audit committee, and I did speak about it fairly at length at the audit committee. So again, I'm not going to go through it in too much detail, but I voted not in favor of receiving this report. And I did say that, with all due respect to the auditors, I didn't feel that we got value for money from this value for money audit. Because this council in the fall of 2023 approved $12 million on the first 2 hubs. And this was our opportunity to get back a report that celebrated the value created from that $12 million. And I was, although I didn't support that commitment, I was looking forward to sharing with the public what was created with that money. And so in my letter, I did say that, for the Atlosa hub, we already had a contract for those 18 transitional beds and 10 respite beds that went until December of 2024. And we replaced those beds with a hub. And, we put 1.3 million in capital in, and the operational costs went from $600,000 or $700,000 a year to over $2 million a year. So what I was hoping from the report was that there would be money and figures and data showing us all the new services and the upgraded results and the new opportunities that were gained with this additional funding. Same with YOU, we put $3 million in capital into only 15 beds. And we've got operational costs of what I can calculate as $11,000 a month per bed. That's a lot of money. Most of us would be willing to, invest in our youth. And so I was excited to hear what was new and what was created and what's different about these hubs versus what we were already paying in shelter beds. So, again, I'm not going to read through it all, but, we got a report that didn't have a single dollar value in it. A value for money audit on a $12 million investment on something that we want to continue to do more of in the city. This was a great opportunity for us to get data and figures to share with Londoners. So I will be bringing a motion to a future audit committee asking. The auditor said that they would be willing to share some of the figures from their working papers, and I think that would be great. I didn't bother to try to bring a motion to council today. But if you look at the report, I was a bit disappointed in terms of the scope as well. This is an audit report and an audit committee that's supposed to hold government departments and agencies accountable for how public money is spent. And instead, we heard about inconsistent staffing that was causing difficulties and trauma to already vulnerable people. And we heard about not enough breakfasts and sort of service-oriented things for a third-party contractor. And what I wanted was, how can we as council ensure that we're signing great contracts and getting great value for money so that we can do more and more of it with confidence, or make little tweaks of improvement on that. So I vehemently did not agree to supporting this value for money audit. Londoners are paying for this audit, and I don't think we got what we wanted. Hence the conversation around scope. How can we ensure that we set these audits up to win so that we aren't disappointed with what we get back out of a contract for service? So I'll leave it at that. There's lots in the video if anybody wants to watch it, and I've got my submission in there. I'll be voting no, and I'll be talking about this again at the next audit committee.
Councillor Plaza.
Thank you. All our meetings, including audit, just like anything else, is recorded in there. I'll note we took about 45 minutes to receive a 2-page summary before we got into this discussion. The meeting went for several hours. This housing and homeless value for money audit, you've heard a prior speaker. It is a proper value for money audit, just not necessarily what a member of the committee was looking to see, or members of the committee. Anything would need to be laid out in more detail in the scope. If we want specifics, it would need to be laid out. They met the parameters of what we asked for. They delivered those back. They outlined that there's always those intangible benefits in operating a shelter space with rotating People seeking needs is very different than operating a hub with wraparound supports and all the care that they're getting. So value for money audits do come in different forms. This is a value for money audit, just not necessarily the specifics. It has been laid out that if a member of audit committee or a member of council, when you see the scope laid out, if there's something really specific you want, to put it in there. And at that point, when we're setting the scope, they'll let us know if they can meet those objectives within the timelines, as the timelines have been set out. And audit committee is meeting and guided by their terms of reference. All this being that we set out for audit committee. Audit committee sits for the entire 4-year term, so that would have been done a couple years back, but everything is record, and Mr. Schultz does keep us company, making sure we are meeting terms of reference and following the procedures.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other comments on this one? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to rise quickly to put this on the public record. It was alluded to that at YOU there weren't enough breakfasts. It's not that there weren't enough breakfasts. And Mr. Cordes, even though he's retired, still took his time to address this in the media, state that this was a lesson learned from them. Breakfasts were being prepared for a breakfast time, and the youth were not all getting up. Surprise, surprise, anybody that's ever had a teenager in their life knows that they don't necessarily rise when the rest of the household does. So the youth weren't getting up and eating the breakfast at the time it was being served. And so some of it was going to waste, and then there were complaints later in the day that they hadn't gotten breakfast because they'd rolled out of bed at 11 a.m. or 1 p.m. or whatever time it happened to be. And after experiencing housing instability or homelessness, that's perfectly understandable why they're not going to be on any sort of regular schedule. To their credit, YOU shifted and they moved to a continental-style breakfast model where the youth could help themselves to breakfast as they got up. So it's not that there wasn't enough breakfast. It was simply that the original operationalization of meals to serve everything at a sitting and then serve the next meal at a sitting and the next meal at the sitting wasn't working for the folks who were in the YOU Youth Hub. I just thought it was really important to share that out on the public record. It's not that there wasn't enough food. It's just that the meal schedules were not matching what the client needs, and that's been corrected since.
Any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I think one of the things I took away from this report, and Councillor Pelosi kind of touched on it as well, but there's an intangible element I find with these things. I think at the end of the day, we've all agreed, we want to help people who are in these dire situations. And I don't think you can do a direct link in terms of this is how much money I'm going to dedicate to one person and their journey, from homelessness to becoming more stable. I think what's important for me, and I know a lot of Londoners who've expressed their sentiments with me, is we want to help people. Everyone's journey is going to be different, but at the end of the day, devoting those resources is going to look different depending on people's needs. And so that's where I kind of struggle with things like this, because I think the audit is important, but at the end of the day, the flow through and actually helping people, that number is not going to be something that you can establish from the outset and say, at the end of a year, I want this many people helped. Because the reality is some of these people, it will take longer. Some of them, they might have lesser needs. They might be able to get back on their feet and back into society faster. But I think we're putting this pressure on ourselves to essentially not talk about the services necessarily, but essentially what some people are looking for is I just want people in a system and I don't care what that looks like and how long it takes. And I don't think you can do that. I think human services have intangibles that we have to recognize. Doing the value for audit for something like this, you're not gonna have the same ROIs as you would with a product per se. And I think sometimes it's lost in this conversation, and I just wanna bring it back to that I think the intention of these is to see that the programs are working as intended, and that at the end of the day, people are gonna get helped. The numbers aren't necessarily where everyone wants them to be, but I think that these programs are doing what they're supposed to, and ideally we would like to have more, but there are financial limitations all around. And we continue those efforts to get more money from government, other levels of government, to get these hubs operational. We're all still waiting for the Heart Hub, but I don't think it's fair to just look at this and say, I don't think the money was well used, because I've had the opportunity to see these in operation, and I think they're doing what's intended and helping Londoners on their individual journeys. Thank you.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, this is the item from the audit committee. It's on the floor. I'll open it for voting.
Counselor Stevenson votes no.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Thank you, and that concludes the audit report.
Thank you, Counselor. Added reports. The council in closed session added reports. Councilor Rahman has agreed to read that out. It's not a long one, though. It's not a long one this time. It's a nice short one. So go ahead.
Thank you. Your council in closed session report, lease agreement, London Police Service Board, 2835 Westminster Drive, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance Support on the advice of the Director of Realty Services with respect to the lease agreement for the lease of 2835 Westminster Drive, the lease agreement between the Corporation of the City of London, the landlord, and the London Police Service Board, the tenant, attached in Appendix A for the lease of the city lands for the tenant's operational needs for a term of 8 years and 7 months, commencing upon execution of the agreement and ending January 25th, 2034, with 4 further options for an additional 5 years, each 4 consecutive times by the tenant at an annual base rate of $2 prior to taxable payment, is legally described as Part Lot 15, Concession 5, as in 224251, subject to 124380, 224251, in the City of London, formerly the geographic township of Westminster, County Middlesex, being all of PIN 08203-0010 LT attached as Appendix B be approved, and that progress was made with respect to items 4.2 and 4.3 as noted on the public agenda, 6.2 14 ICSC and 6.3 14 ICSC.
Okay, that's presented by Councilor Rahman. Any debate or discussion? That's moved by her. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, that's it for added reports. Deferred matters, there are none. Inquiries, I think there, Councilor Stevenson, you indicated you might have an inquiry.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if, through you to staff, if they could give us an update on what's been happening at 602 Queens. It was in the media just recently, and we saw a lot of activity out front. And now I hear there's not a lot of activity out front, and I'm just wondering if we could get an update.
I'll go to Mr. Parity. Go ahead.
Through your worship, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Civic Administration's been working with the service provider on this piece of property. There's been lots of conversations that have taken place up to date and are still taking place. What we'd like to do is compile all of that information, make sure it's accurate and up to date, circulate it to all members of council, and it may answer the questions the councillor has, or it might spark new questions and we can deal with those at that time, but at least all of us will have the most up-to-date information to make sure we're not speculating on any answers.
Okay, so you'll put that together, circulate it to all members of council? Okay. Okay, Councillor.
And I just wanted to be clear that I had circulated that in advance, so it wasn't a on-the-fly question, just so everyone knows, but that would be great.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other inquiries? Okay, seeing none, we're on to emergent motions. There are none. Bylaws. Okay, here's how we're going to do bylaws. We have Bill 341, which is the child care agreement. We'll do that separate. Then we'll do 342, which is the IHAP agreement. We'll do that separate. Then we have 349 and 350, which is the Wellington Gateway and Rapid Transit ones. Then we'll do 355, which is the Southdale Road one. Councillor Hillier, that's you, I think. I can't remember exactly, but, and then everything else. So that's how we'll separate them. Is everybody okay with that? Councillor?
I believe there was a planning matter where there was a 13-2 vote. Was it Boston?
I don't know, Councillor, if there's something you want separate in a bill. Not every planning matter has bylaws associated with it, but I don't just separate them because there's votes at committee that way. I separate them if people indicate they want them separated ahead of time. And so if there was something, we can do it separate, but if there's not, then It'll be all together. This is the time to let me know if you want something else separate. Okay, so stick with the plan. Is there anybody who's supportive of everything? Like Councillor Cuddy? Hey, great. And Councillor Ferreira? All right, you two can move and second it all. Very agreeable. We'll start with Bill 341, moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. And again, this is the Community and Protective Services Committee agreement for construction or renovation of leased child care spaces and early year programs. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-1.
Okay, second reading will have the same mover and seconder. Any discussion on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open second reading.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes, and I'm going virtual.
Closing the vote, carries 13-1.
Okay, and then third and final reading of this particular bill, same mover and seconder, will open third reading for voting.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
Okay, next is Bill 342, which is the IHAP agreement. That's item 2.6 from CPSC. I'll have the same mover and seconder from the last set, and we'll open first reading for voting.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
Second reading, same mover and seconder. Any debate or discussion on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open second reading for voting.
Councillor Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
All right, third and final reading of this bill, same mover and seconder. We'll open that for voting.
Votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
All right, next we'll do the combined bills 349 and 350 together. These are two bills associated with the Wellington Gateway project. I'll have the same mover and seconder, and we'll open first reading for voting.
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
Second reading of the same set of bills. Any debate on second reading? Seeing none, we'll open second reading for voting.
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
Third and final reading of these two bills. We'll open third reading for voting.
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 13-1.
Okay, the next is Bill 355, which is the 767 Southdale Road item from PEC. We'll use the same mover and seconder as the last set of motions, and we'll open first reading for voting.
Councillor Pelosi?
Yes.
Closing vote, motion carries 12-2.
Second reading of this bill, sorry. Any debate or discussion? Okay, we'll open second reading.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-2.
Okay, third and final reading of this bill. For same mover and seconder, we'll open third reading for voting.
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 12-2.
Okay, and now it'll be everything else plus the added bill from the closed session report that Councilor Rahman read out. So everything else plus that added bill. We'll use same mover and seconder.
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 14-0.
Second reading of the same package of bills. Reading. Seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries 14-0.
And third and final reading of this.
Just froze.
Just one sec. We're going so fast, eScribe can't actually keep up, which seems kind of amazing at the speed we're going. But okay, third and final reading of this set of bills. We're going to open that for voting.
Pelosi.
Motion carries 14-0.
All right, that's it for bylaws. I just need a motion to adjourn. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, Councillor McAllister, second. Lewis by hand. All those in favor of adjournment?
Pelosi votes yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you.